Welcome back to the second afternoon session of day 2 of our virtual district conference. Regardless of whether or not you plan to actively partake of the bourbons being tested, your own favorite cocktail or other beverage of choice, or prefer no refreshment at all, and are just here to watch, learn, and enjoy, this session should be something like no other in which you've ever participated at any district conference. I met this next gentleman while I was but a young district governor nominee attending my first zone summit in Norfolk, Virginia in 2018. But that was during a Scotch tasting, so I can't tell you everything I learned about Scotch. But what I can tell you is that being an Irishman, we hit it off quite well and have been friends ever since. Now, listen to this. Before Norfolk, this esteemed gentleman graduated from Mary Washington College with a degree in mathematics. In 1981, he earned his Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Virginia, the alma mater of our own director, Peter Kyle, and for the next 25 years was a trial lawyer, likely another reason why we get along as well as we do. In 1994, he was appointed as a substitute district court judge, and in 2006 was elected by the General Assembly of Virginia as a juvenile and domestic relations district court judge for the 26th Judicial District, where he sat from time to time in each of its 8 jurisdictions, ultimately being elected by the General Assembly of Virginia to a circuit court judgeship in 2014, the highest level trial court in Virginia. He retired from the bench in 2018 and has enjoyed cooking, fishing, antiques, and high-quality whiskey ever since. Speaking of whiskey, prior to today, he has led whiskey tastings at Rotary conferences and institutes and other events more than 50 times. He and his wife, Kathy, also a Rotarian who recently retired from her position as Vice President of Business Development in the Clinical Diagnostics Division at Thermo Fisher Scientific, have 3 adult self-supporting children. In Rotary, he has been a club president, has led a Rotary group study exchange team to District 1400 in Northern Finland in 2006, was district governor in 75-70 in 2009-10, has chaired 5 district conferences, held numerous zone appointments, was District 75-70's representative to the RL Councils of Legislation in 2013 and 16, represented RI Presidents Tanaka, Burton, and Ravindran, and also in the home district in Illinois in 2016, and John Germ at the district conference in Atlanta in June 2017. He is a 2014 recipient of Rotary's Award for Meritorious Service, one of its highest awards, served on the Rotary Foundation Rotary Peace Center's Major Gift Initiative Committee in 2014, established the John and June Kenney Endowment for the Rotary Peace Centers in 2015, served as district secretary from 2015 through 20, selected by the RI Board of Directors to serve as a member of the Elections Review Committee in 2016, and was appointed to the Executive Committee of the Foundation Board of Trustees for 2017-18. He and his wife have hosted exchange students from Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico, Costa Rica, France, Finland, and the Czech Republic. They are Rotary Foundation sustainers, benefactors, Paul Harris Fellows, Paul Harris Society members, major gift donors, and Bequest Society members. Folks, they just don't get much more distinguished than this. Graciously joining us from the Rotary Club of Front Royal, Virginia, my friend and now yours, past District Governor Ron Napier. Your Honor, I don you with my brand new shirt for the day.
I love it.
The floor is yours, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a very kind introduction. I do appreciate it very much. We're going to do 5 whiskeys today, 5 bourbons. And Sean had sent out yesterday 2 pages of information that I have put together. One is discusses the legal aspects of what bourbon is, because there often are some misconceptions about that. And then I have some just what I call interesting facts, so that you can understand some of the terminology that's involved in the bourbon industry. And then the second page is my tasting notes for each of the 5 that we're going to do. Now, my wife tells me, I'll back up. This is my first virtual whiskey tasting. All of the others have been in person. And when I do them in person, my wife sits in the back of the room. And when I'm talking too much, she'll raise her hand and have initially two fingers up to tell me it's time to get to the second whiskey. And then a little while later, she'll raise her hand and have three fingers up, and she moves me along. She tells me I talk too much and drink too little. But at any rate, we'll remedy that right now. We're going to start off with this bourbon, Buffalo Trace, which is the flagship bourbon from Buffalo Trace Distillery in Frankfort, Kentucky. Buffalo Trace is probably the best known of all of the bourbon distilleries. Not the least of reason why is because they make the Van Winkles, and everybody knows about Pappy Van Winkle. But at Buffalo Trace, they make many different bourbons. And the Buffalo Trace uses a mash bill that they refer to as mash bill number 1. Buffalo Trace mash bill number 1. And a mash bill is another word for recipe. When you talk about mash bill, you're talking about what grains go into the making of the whiskey. And in this case, it's going to have a relatively low amount of rye. Now, the legal definition for bourbon is that first, it has to be made in the United States. There are other whiskeys that are made by the same techniques with the same grains, but not made in the United States, and they taste like bourbon or similar to bourbon, but they are not bourbons. It used to be that bourbon had to be made in Kentucky, but in 1964, Congress changed that and declared that it is the American whiskey, and decided that it can be made anywhere in the United States and not just in Kentucky. And there are wonderful bourbons being made in many states, of course, Tennessee, Indiana, West Virginia, New York, many other places. To be bourbon, the mash bill or the recipe has to contain a minimum of 51% corn. That is the distinguishing thing. But it'll also have some small grains, corn being a large grain. The small grains are going to be malted barley, barley that's been soaked and germinated and dried, and will also contain either rye or wheat. Now, mash bill number 1 from Buffalo Trace contains rye, no wheat. So its mash bill is 10% or less of rye, 51% or more of corn, and the rest is malted barley. Now, Buffalo Trace also has another mash bill that they call Buffalo Trace mash bill number 2, and it has a higher rye content, and it's going to be like, for example, Blanton's or Elmer T. Lee or Hancock's Presidential Reserve or Ancient Age. Those are higher rye content, and you can tell that. So that I don't go on too long, go ahead and pour yourself some of the Buffalo Trace. And I like to use a glass when I'm nosing and tasting, a glass of this kind of shape. I refer to it as a tulip-shaped glass because it's fatter in the belly here than it is at the top. And what is important about that is that the shape of this glass will concentrate the nose. And part of the experience of tasting whiskey is the olfactory aspect of it, the smell. You're able to smell over 32,000 different types of smells, but you can only taste 5 different types of tastes. So the olfactory sense is extremely important in appreciating what's in the glass. Now, many people, when they drink bourbon, will use a glass like this. and this is not conducive really to enjoying and studying the bourbon. And the reason is that this tumbler has basically straight sides. And so what that means is that it will not concentrate the nose. And as the aroma of the whiskey gets to the top of the glass, it tends to dissipate. And that's going to inhibit your ability to enjoy it as much. Now, when I am studying a whiskey, I like to roll it around the glass. And when I do roll it around the glass like that, I'm looking to see how the whiskey comes down over the glass. You'll see what are referred to in the industry as legs coming down. And the legs are going to tell you something about the viscosity of the whiskey. If you have legs that are wide and lingering, then you're going to have a fairly viscous whiskey, and it's going to coat the tongue and will almost have a chewy character to it. I also like to study the color of it because that's going to give you some idea of how flavorful it's going to be. And I say that because with whiskeys, at the end of the distillation process, you have what is referred to as new make or spirit. It's not whiskey yet because it hasn't been aged, and I'll talk a little more about that. But when it goes into the barrel initially, it's crystal clear. It's as clear as water. It has no color whatsoever. All of the color is derived from the wood. And the wood provides what many whiskey writers estimate to be 60 to 80% of the flavor of the whiskey. So in order to be bourbon, it has to use a mash bill of at least 51% bourbon. Then it will have the small grains. It has to be aged in a new oak cask that has been charred on the inside. And at different distilleries, they will char the barrel to different extents in order to get different effects from the barrel. Also, it has to be aged for a minimum of 2 years. And if it's aged for less than 4 years and is straight bourbon as opposed to a blended bourbon, then it must state the age on the label. So with this one, after you've studied it a little bit, you certainly want to nose it because that's going to tell you a lot what the flavor is going to be like. And I picked this one to start with because this is sort of your boilerplate type bourbon. Buffalo Trace 10 years ago, you could find it in every liquor store, no problem. You could buy it, cases and cases of it, no problem. But the revelation came about after the Beverage Tasting Institute ranked Pappy Van Winkle with 99 points and made Pappy Van Winkle very famous. And at that same time, it was learned that the mash bill for Weller, which we'll get to later in the tasting, is the same mash bill in the same distillery as the Van Winkle flights. And I'll talk more about that as well. But when that revelation came about, it made all of the products of Buffalo Trace very popular. And so this particular whiskey, Buffalo Trace, is now hard to get. In Virginia, you can find it from time to time, but Virginia ABC, our state-run store, will only allow you to buy 1 bottle a day. So you can't go in and buy a case of it because the demand is so high that they want to limit it to just 1 bottle a day. So I invite you to taste this and see what you think. I also like to leave it in my mouth for long enough that my mouth starts to secrete saliva and let that saliva mix with the bourbon and let it coat my tongue. Because if it coats my tongue, then all of the taste sensors on my tongue are going to be stimulated by the whiskey, and I'll get the full flavor of it. You may have wondered why is it called Buffalo Trace? And it's called Buffalo Trace because it honors the roadways, essentially, that were created by the migrating buffalo. And a trail that was created by the buffalo is called a trace. The early settlers in Kentucky, of course, there weren't roads in the early times, and they followed buffalo traces because they had been, the buffalo know shortest distances and best routes and that kind of thing. And so the road was already sort of made for them. And so the early settlers did use the buffalo trace frequently. So it makes some sense that you would have a Kentucky distillery called Buffalo Trace. I mentioned that Buffalo Trace has multiple mash bills. I talked about the mash bill number 1 and 2. They have another one that's a wheated mash bill. And that was the invention of a man named William LaRue Weller. And William LaRue Weller had the idea that what if we didn't put in any rye and instead put in wheat? So we would have corn, barley, and wheat. And he made that, and it became a wheated bourbon, as they call it, as opposed to a rye bourbon. And that was the first time that it had ever been done. And it makes for a softer, more mellow, slightly sweeter bourbon. And that is the mash bill that the Weller flight uses and the Van Winkle flight. And I'll talk more about that later on. But I invite you to go back and taste this again. And if you're allowed to do feedback, I'd be interested in hearing what you have to say. If you're familiar with Zoom, you know that there's a chat function, and you can send a message for me to look at, and I can respond to you that way. Now, as I was preparing for this, I started thinking about how many famous, important people have commented on some aspect of whiskey, and whether it's bourbon or scotch or some other type of whiskey. But a lot of very influential and intellectual people, philosophical people, have commented on whiskey, and I'd like to share some of the things that they've said with you as we go forward in this. Mark Twain said, "Too much of anything is bad, but too much good whiskey is barely enough." I can appreciate that sentiment very much. And then Johnny Carson said, "Happiness is having a raw steak, a bottle of whiskey, and a dog to eat the raw steak." One of the famous politicians that liked to drink, of course, was Winston Churchill. And he wrote, "The water was not fit to drink. To make it palatable, we had to add whiskey. By diligent effort, I learned to like it."
Ron, we've got some questions in the chat. Do you care if
Okay.
I long enough to ask them real quick?
Sure.
Someone has asked a question if there's any value in trying any of the alternate wood barrels or staves.
Oh, yes, yes. And actually, when we get to the fourth bourbon that we're going to do, the Maker's Mark 46 uses staves inside the barrel to enhance the wood influence. But certainly in the whiskey industry, both bourbon and scotch, the type of wood that is used becomes very important. Of course, it has to be, in order to be bourbon legally, it has to be aged in a new oak cask that's been charred. But you can then, after it has reached the legal definition of bourbon, take it out of that barrel and put it in some other type of barrel. For example, a sherry butt, or maybe a port pipe, or various wine barrels. They've done it with a variety of beer and ale barrels. And all of that, any of those will affect the flavor of the whiskey, and won't totally alter it, but will change it some.
We've got one other question in the chat, and then I promise to get out of your way and let you continue with your presentation.
No problem.
I've got somebody asking generally, so both bourbons and scotches are all considered whiskeys? And if so, what's the actual difference?
Okay, that's a great question. Whiskey is a spirit that is made from distilling grain. And it doesn't matter what kind of grain you're using, any grain can be used to make a whiskey. Certainly, corn is regularly used in the bourbon industry and other places as well. Wheat, we're going to be trying the Burnham wheat whiskey, and barley is used. Oats can be used. Many of the obscure grains have been used. So any grain can be used to make a whiskey. To be Scotch, it has to be made in Scotland, and it has to be aged in a oak cask that has been used before. Now, what happens in the bourbon industry, because you have to use a new oak cask to age bourbon, once they are used, they can no longer be used for purposes of aging spirit to become bourbon. And that happened after Prohibition ended. The cooper industry lobbied Congress really hard to pass legislation that made it illegal to reuse a barrel in the bourbon industry. And so that would create, obviously, a high demand for new barrels and keep the coopers who are making the barrels well employed. Now, the folks over in Scotland didn't have that requirement of using a new oak cask. So they thought, hey, since these guys over in America can't use their casks anymore, what if we knocked them down into their staves, shipped them over here to Scotland, rebuilt them, add new heads to them, and we could save a whole lot of money by using these used staves. And so that's what happens. And about 95% of the Scotch whiskey, that's single malt Scotch whiskeys, are aged in former bourbon casks. There's nothing wrong with those casks. And in fact, they can be used several times, but in bourbon, not.
Well, just so you know, George Robertson Burnett spoke to our group yesterday evening as the keynote speaker and wanted me to tell you that you could refill his barrel anytime you wanted with anything you chose.
Well, thank you. I said that we were going to do Maker's Mark as the fourth. Actually, we're going to do it as the second, and we're going to go to that now. One of the things that I like to do when I'm tasting whiskey, particularly if it's one that I'm not familiar with, is to take some still water, just tap water, not sparkling water, just tap water, and take a spoon and just take one drop, literally one drop, and add it to the whiskey. And if you look at the glass when you do that, you will see little currents where the interaction between the water and the whiskey is taking place. And as it mixes among itself, you will notice that it changes a little bit in terms of its nose, the aroma, and it'll change some in terms of the flavor. I often, if I'm drinking a whiskey for the very first time, one that I've never experienced before, will drink it neat, and then I will try it with 1 drop of water, and then try it with a 2nd drop of water, and maybe do that until I've put in 5 or 6 drops. And at each stage, each drop will produce a slightly different profile than what I'd had previously. And in that way, you can get to know the whiskey much better. Now, one of the things that people often ask about is, do you add water? And I'm not talking about just a couple of drops, but do you drink bourbon and water? Or also I get asked, do you drink bourbon on the rocks? And my attitude, I'm not a purist. My attitude is if you bought the bottle and it's yours, you drink it however you damn well please. But I do like for people to understand that when you dilute any whiskey with water, you obviously are going to be diluting the flavor. Now, sometimes it's absolutely necessary to add water. Like if you're using drinking the William LaRue Weller, which is a cask strength bourbon that Buffalo Trace makes, and it typically is bottled at somewhere between 130 and 140 proof. That's going to be too hot. It's going to burn too much to not add something to it to dilute it. But you also need to understand that if you drink whiskey with ice, that's going to tend to numb your tongue, and you're not going to taste it as fully as if it were neat or without any addition. But my wife is holding up 2 fingers, and so I'm going to go over here. And we're going to taste the Maker's Mark 46. Now, Maker's Mark makes several different types of whiskey. They do some experimentation, and it's easy to recognize because of this red wax seal. Now, the Maker's Mark was founded in 1953 by Bill Samuels and Margie Samuels, and it was pretty unusual in 1953 to have a woman deeply involved in the bourbon industry. But she brought a lot of innovation to the industry and to this brand in particular. It was her idea to make the bottles distinctive by dipping them after they had been filled in hot red wax, and the wax would drip down. And so you'll see these little legs here of where the wax is run down. Every bottle is going to be unique because it's going to run down in a different way. A lot of other brands have copied this, like Pinhook. Each of their editions comes out with a different color of wax. Roland's Creek has done it with a maroon wax, and many of them. But Margie Samuels, was the first to do it. This bourbon is to be contrasted with the last one because it has no rye. This is a wheated bourbon. The mash bill is 70% corn, 16% red winter wheat, and 14% malted barley. Now, I mentioned malted barley before. Malted barley is used in making single malt Scotch whiskey. And by malted barley, I'm talking about barley that's been soaked in water, allowed to germinate, sprout, and then when the sprouts are about a half an inch long or so, they dry the grain to stop the germination process. And that process of malting the barley releases certain enzymes that are important in the distillation process. What you'll find with most whiskeys, and certainly this is no exception here, is if you pour the whiskey and wait a while before you start drinking it, it will allow the whiskey to sort of burn off some of the more alcohol notes. And if you nose a whiskey, if you pour it in the glass and nose it immediately, you're going to your nose is going to pick up a lot of alcohol, and may and that may interfere with your ability to smell and taste the whiskey. So if you've poured it for a while, that'll let some of the burn disappear. Now, oh, that smells good. Maker's Mark, I think, is one of the really popular bourbons. It's not very expensive. It's a wheated bourbon, and so it is soft and sweet. The spices are gentle. Smells so good. It's time to taste it if you haven't already. Now, the curious thing that this particular whiskey has going for it is that this is like regular Maker's Mark, except that the distiller, after the whiskey was put into the barrel, put in, I think it was 16, it's either 14 or 16 staves inside the barrel. So normally you would have maybe 50 staves making up the barrel. And this would have those 50 staves or so, plus the other 14 or 16 that are inside the barrel. And that's done in order to try to increase the influence of the wood. And a lot of the experimentation has been, if you can increase the impact of the wood, can you age it for fewer years before bottling? Because if you can age it for fewer years before bottling, you can make more money. And there are several reasons for that. One, you don't have to wait so long, but perhaps a more important reason is that there's this phenomena that exists called the angel's share. And the angel's share is is the loss of volume inside the barrel due to evaporation. Because what you've got inside of a barrel of whiskey, whether it's bourbon or scotch or any other Canadian whiskey or whatever, is you have alcohol and you have water. And alcohol and water make up 99.4% of the content of the barrel. The other very small fraction of a percent are the flavor congeners, what give it its flavors. And as it ages, more of those will be leached out of the wood and impact the whiskey. And so there are some distilleries, Copper Fox Distillery, for example, has been experimenting for the last decade or so with making American malt whiskey. So it's made out of barley instead of corn. And what they do is they add wood chips inside the barrel. And they may use apple wood chips, they might use cherry, they might use oak. They've experimented with many different types of things. And the idea is that they're trying to get a whiskey that tastes good, that doesn't have to age for a long time. A lot of these craft whiskeys have aged for a year or two or three, and you can tell that they really weren't ready to be bottled.
Got another question for you, Ron.
Okay, go for it.
Are flavor congeners in whiskey the same as things that make different wines taste different from each other?
On the whole, no. There certainly is the idea of terroir in the beverage industry is important, and certainly location of where grapes are grown location where corn is grown, location where barley is grown, the variety of corn, the variety of barley, all of those things can impact. In whiskey, in bourbon in particular, the wood is the biggest factor. Now, we also have Tennessee whiskey, like Jack Daniels or George Dickel, and there are some others, but they use a process called the Lincoln process, which is described on one of the sheets that I handed out. And I say it's on the 5th bullet point. Tennessee whiskey meets the legal requirements of bourbon, but has the additional requirement of undergoing the charcoal mellowing of the Lincoln County process. And so what they do is they take the new make spirit, which in the bourbon industry they often call white dog, and they filter it through 10 feet of sugar maple charcoal. And the idea is that that's going to take some of the impurities out of the new make spirit, the white dog, before it goes into the barrel. And that does work. Bourbon doesn't require that stage. Tennessee whiskey does. But Tennessee whiskey also meets the legal definition of bourbon. In like the Scotch industry, there are other things that are going to impact the flavor of the spirit. For example, peat is regularly used as a heat source to dry the malted barley in Scotch, and that impacts the flavor. The nature of the peat, whether it's predominantly heather or seaweed or something else, will certainly affect things a great deal. Certainly the variety of grains that are used can be very important as well. So I hope that's responsive to the viewer's question, and if not, they can post another question and I'll put another stab at it.
I'll keep following the chat. Thank you, Ron.
Okay, absolutely. Good. This is good stuff. The one drop. You know, I've been probably told to be a liar 50 or 100 times because I tell people you add 1 drop of water to a whiskey and it's going to taste different. And they're like, yeah, right. But it's true. And I've had countless number of people come up to me after a tasting and said, you know, I thought you were lying, but that's true. You know, a drop or 2 of water does change it. Now, as I started to conceive this tasting, I thought what I would try to highlight is the influence of wheat on bourbon. For me, my personal taste is that I prefer wheated bourbons over rye bourbons. Rye bourbons can be excellent in mixed drinks, but if I'm going to drink it neat, I find that the rye tends to make it a little too spicy for what I'm looking for. Although I do like rye whiskey. But so in this, I wanted to start off with a Buffalo Trace because that's your sort of typical rye mash bill bourbon. And then go to Maker's Mark so that you could taste a wheated bourbon and see how that is different from one that has rye. And then I thought to make a greater exclamation point about wheat, I would do the Burnham Original Wheat Whiskey. And I don't know how many people have tried this before. This is a wonderful whiskey. It's made at Heaven Hill Distillery. It's aged for 7 years. Heaven Hill also makes a very important range of whiskeys called Parker's Heritage Collection. And they have a 13-year-old wheat whiskey that was the original of this. That is hard to find and expensive, but quite delicious. Now, this is similar to bourbon. It's not a bourbon because it's not made with a mash bill that's 51% corn. To be a wheat bourbon, it has to be made with at least 51% wheat. And so it shouldn't be surprising that if you're going to make a rye whiskey, the mash bill has to be at least 51% rye. Or if you're going to make an oat whiskey, it has to be at least 51% oats. But with this one, which I've poured here, you will be tasting the impact, the influence of the wheat to a much more pronounced level than in the previous Maker's Mark. And so again, I would ask you to study this. It's not quite as dark in color as the Maker's Mark. The legs seem to be similar. It's a sweeter nose. And then the taste. A drop of water and I'll taste it again, and then we'll talk about what we're tasting. Now, when I nose it, it's certainly sweet smelling. In almost all bourbons, you're going to have some character of vanilla. And the reason you have that is one of the reasons why bourbon barrels are charred in the first place. The barrels are charred in the interior of the barrel in order to allow the spirit to penetrate the wood. And you have different types of charring. You can have a light toast all the way down to what they call alligatoring. And that's where it's burnt to the point, maybe a quarter to a half an inch thick, burned, and the wood will crack and sort of resemble the skin of an alligator. And depending on how much char you have to the cask, that will impact how far the spirit can penetrate the walls of the barrel and extract flavors from the wood. And also, when you char the wood, one of the chemicals that is created is called vanillin. And vanillin is related in flavor to vanilla. And so that's where you get that vanilla flavor from in bourbon. So you find that in many, many bourbons. There's a little bit of spice, but this is, I would say, very elegant, good sipping whiskey. And, you know, if you fixed a mixed drink with this, most people would not know it's not bourbon. And I expect you could fool some of your friends who are experienced bourbon drinkers, pour this and ask them to guess what it is. And they probably won't. They'll guess a bourbon, but they won't be guessing this. Now, I talked about angel share, And Angel's share is the loss of volume over time due to evaporation. And the idea is that those fumes that evaporate go up into heaven, and the angels can enjoy them. And that's their share of the whiskey. In the bourbon industry, when a barrel is first filled with new make or white dog, there's going to be a loss during the first year of aging of about 10% of the volume. And then it's going to drop down because the wood is starting to get saturated. So it'll drop down to about 5% loss of volume per year. And so if you're losing 10% the first year and 5% the next year, and then 5% after the next year and 5% the next, and so on, then obviously the quantity of liquid inside the barrel is going down. Also, you have the phenomena that alcohol evaporates at a faster rate than water does. And so the level of alcohol by volume inside the barrel will diminish over time as well. And so the distillery has to be paying attention to that because they don't want the alcohol by volume percentage to go under 40%. Now, imagine a barrel sitting in a rickhouse at Buffalo Trace, and it's set in that rickhouse for 23 years. And it turns out that this is going to be a 23-year-old Pappy Van Winkle. Now, you started off with a barrel that had 53 gallons of new make white dog. And you've aged it for 23 seasons, 23 years of seasons. And how much do you have left? Well, it varies, of course, because every cask is a little different from every other one. But typically they get about 3 gallons of whiskey out of a cask that's aged for 23 years. That's about 15 bottles. So if you wonder why a 23-year-old bourbon costs so much, that's one of the reasons, is that there's not a lot of it left. Now, in Scotland, for example, which is a much cooler climate than the United States or Kentucky or Indiana or Tennessee, for that matter, the angel share is much smaller. And it's going to be typically around 2% a year after the initial filling. And then, of course, you know, the marketers have seized on this, and you have Angel's Envy. And why is it Angel's Envy? Because it comes in a bottle and it's liquid and it hasn't become part of the angel share yet, hasn't evaporated. So the angels are envious that we have liquid in the bottle. And then somebody else came up with the idea of, I think it was a Jim Beam marketing thing, the devil's cut. Like the devil takes it out before the angels can get a hold of it. But that's all marketing stuff. So any questions or comments about Burnham?
We've got one question about where Elmer T. Lee ranks in the hierarchy of bourbons. I'm not sure if that question needs further context or not for you to be able to answer it, but that's the question thus far in the chat.
Well, Elmer T. Lee was a master distiller at Buffalo Trace, and it's named in his honor. It's a single barrel bourbon. It uses the Buffalo Trace Mash Bill number 2, which is a higher amount of rye. And it's extremely sought after. In Virginia, Elmer T. Lee and others like Rock Hill Farms and Hancock's Presidential Reserve and the Wellers and the Van Winkles, they're all sold by lottery. And you get on the lottery email list at Virginia ABC, and they'll tell you that next week, Wednesday till Friday, the lottery will be open and you can enter the lottery once. They have developed a software such that they can screen out multiple entries unless you get multiple people to do it for you. That's how you can get around the system. But it's amazing how little is available of these high-end bourbons. For example, we just had a lottery of some of the Van Winkles, and I think there were maybe in the neighborhood of 2,000 bottles of either the 10, 12, 15, 20, or 23-year-old Van Winkle that were in this lottery, and over 30,000 people entered the lottery. So your chances of getting one is pretty small. Elmer T. Lee is certainly one of those. But one of the things I haven't understood, and I'm still trying to get my head around this, is Kathy and I have Rotary friends down in Tennessee, and we go down there and visit them from time to time. And I'll go into a regular package store, and on the shelf there will be Weller, there will be Elmer T. Lee, there will be Colonel E.H. Taylor Jr. And I'm like, wow, I can't do this in Virginia. The first time I went into one of those package stores, I walked out with $1,500 worth of bourbon because they were good prices and I could actually get it. You know, here you might wait 3 or 4 years to get lucky enough to get one of these bottles, or you can go on the secondary market and pay through the nose. But at any rate, my wife is now holding up 4 fingers and telling me I need to move on. And if I haven't answered the question adequately, go to chat. Okay. You know, the Irish have a proverb that goes, what whiskey will not cure, there is no cure for. You know, W.C. Fields said, always carry a flagon of whiskey in case of a snake bite. And furthermore, always carry a small snake. And then, you know, another great man, Abraham Lincoln, asked, tell me what brand of whiskey that Grant drinks. I'd like to send a barrel of that whiskey to my other generals. Might have helped. And then, as my wife tells me, whiskey improves with age, and I improve with whiskey. So now we're going to go to the next whiskey, which is larceny. Larceny, as certainly Sean knows, is a crime. And this larceny is made by Heaven Hill, and it's named in honor of a Treasury agent named John E. Fitzgerald, and his name appears on the bottle. Let's see it right up here. John E. Fitzgerald. Now you have to understand the context. This is also a wheated bourbon, by the way. And this has a mash bill that's a little more wheat than we've had before. It's 68% corn, 20% wheat, and 12% malted barley. Now, John E. Fitzgerald was a Treasury agent. And in those days, and we're going back to pre-Prohibition days, Uh, Only the treasury agents had the keys to get into the rickhouses. The employees of the distillery could not, in the absence of the treasury agent. If they needed to go into a rickhouse, the treasury agent had to go with them. But because he had the keys, he could and did go around the houses and sample barrels. He would take the plug out, take a device called a vanish, and put it down into the barrel and pull out some of the whiskey and taste it. And he learned from that process by trial and error where the best barrels were. And what happens in the aging of whiskey, and it's really particularly true with bourbon, is the location of the barrel in the rickhouse makes all the difference. And that's because the environment in different places in the rickhouse are different. In a rickhouse, the one that's in the background here has only 3 levels of barrels. But in many of the rickhouses in the bourbon industry, it might be 10, 12, 15 barrels high. And so the ones at the top are going to be aging in much warmer air than the ones down on the bottom. And that's going to impact on them. The ones on the sides are going to have more fluctuation of temperatures than the ones in the middle. The ones in the middle tend to be the ones that have the sweet spot. But at any rate, Fitzgerald was able to figure out where the best barrels were. And because he had the keys and he could go in by himself, he committed larceny. He would go in and steal bourbon. And in fact, the distillery ultimately learned about that and started calling these favored barrels Fitzgerald barrels. And so larceny is in his honor. And it's a good whiskey. It's inexpensive. You're talking $20, $25 for a bottle. And it's good sipping whiskey, and it's great for mixed drinks. These barrels have been aged anywhere from 6 to 12 years. And, unlike, or I guess contrasting it with Scotch, in the Scotch industry, the age statement on a bottle is really important to the Scotch drinker in most cases. Most Scotch drinkers want a whiskey that's at least 12 years old, meaning it was aged in the barrel at least 12 years. And they may want an 18-year-old or a 21-year-old or even older for certain distilleries. But in the bourbon industry, it seems like different barrels will reach their peak flavor, their optimal flavor at different times, because the barrels are different from one another. And so one barrel may, at the end of 6 years, be ready to be bottled, but the one next to it may take 8 years, and the one next to that may take 12 years. But they do age at different rates depending on what wood makes up, what the character of the wood is that makes up the barrel. One of the expressions that you will see a lot with bourbon is the expression small batch. Now, what is a small batch? A small batch means that the distiller has taken a finite number of barrels and dumped them with each other into a large container where they all get mixed up together. And then small batch, I'm sorry. And so how big or how small is a small batch? Well, some distilleries, for example, you have a distillery in West Virginia that does a small batch that I think they say on the label they use 15 barrels. Well, with Larceny, they use about 200 barrels for a small batch. Small batch is to be contrasted with single barrel. Single barrel is exactly what it says. You take a barrel, you empty it, you fill up bottles, you get however many bottles you get out of that barrel, and that's the end of that one. And so if you get a Blanton's, for example, or you get a Elmer T. Lee or Rock Hill Farm or Hancock, or any number of the single barrels, Evan Williams, McKenna, these are all going to be like that, in that there is a flavor profile for that particular cask, that single barrel. And then the next one will probably be very similar, but will be a little bit different. And so that's the difference between single barrel and small batch.
Ron,
Single barrel.
I've got a couple more questions whenever you want to field them.
Okay, I'll be there in just a second.
Yes, sir.
Your single barrels tend to come from the sweeter spots of the rickhouse. The distiller is going to go in and sort of cherry pick the best ones for the single barrels. And then the ones that they don't choose for that are going to go into the small batch. So questions?
Yes, sir. I've got two more since we last spoke. We've got one question. What does bottled in bond mean? B-O-N-D?
Okay. Bottled in bond makes reference to legislation that was passed by Congress in 1897. It was called the Bottled in Bond Act of 1897. And it allowed distillers to store their barrels of straight whiskey, meaning it hasn't been diluted with any neutral grain spirits, in a government supervised warehouse, a bonded warehouse. So they didn't have to pay any tax on it until it was bottled. Before the Bottled Bond Act of 1897, when the barrels were filled with new make, they had to pay the government tax at that stage. The bourbon industry didn't like that. And they said, well, you know, we're only producing the product at the other end of the aging process. You're making us pay tax at the front end when the barrels are full. But when we bottle them 6, 8, 10, 12 years later, you know, they're not full anymore. So why should we pay tax on the front end volume rather than the back end volume? And so they came up with this idea of having the government supervise the rickhouses, why the treasury agent is the only person that has the key to the rickhouse, so that they didn't have to pay tax on it until it was bottled. That also meant to the consumer that the government had been watching, at least in theory, had been watching and protecting the barrels from any mischief, any dilution, or any other issues. So there was a greater assurance of quality, and that became important around the turn of the century. And so that's what bottled in bond means. It gives you an idea that you're getting a quality whiskey because the government did its thing with it.
Got it.
Hope that answers it.
We've got one other question, and I think I heard you answer it in your last answer, but just to make it clear, why are the whiskeys we have tasted this evening called straight bourbon whiskey?
Okay. Well, straight bourbon means that it hasn't had the addition of any neutral grain spirits. One of the things that a lot of people are not aware of in the whiskey industry is for example, in the Scotch industry, you have single malt Scotch whiskeys, and then you have blended whiskeys. Single malt Scotch whiskeys come from a single distillery, and it's all made from malted barley. Blended Scotch whiskeys use malted barley to make their single malts. And then there's a recipe of single malts that get added to neutral grain spirit that has no flavor to make your blends. The same thing happens in the bourbon industry, where you take, say, a single barrel, and that's going to be high alcohol strength and a lot of flavor. And if you cut it with a neutral spirit that has no flavor, then you're going to lighten the flavor, and you'll also be able to control the alcohol by volume, depending on how much neutral grain and how much water you add to it. And so that's the difference between a straight bourbon and a blended bourbon. The straight bourbon has no neutral grain spirits. It's all made from the original mash bill.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
That's the last one in the chat for now, Ron.
You know, the problem with this is that you can never determine which one you like best. Well, we're going to end up now with Weller. Now, I've talked some about Weller before. It's made at Buffalo Trace. And there are several different types of Weller that are there. They all use the same mash bill, which is the wheated mash bill of Buffalo Trace, which is proprietary. They have not released the specifics of what the mash bill is. Many whiskey writers have hazarded a guess, a well-educated guess, but it's not a known certainty. So in the Weller, at the low end, you have the Special Reserve. All Wellers are aged a minimum of 7 years. Buffalo Trace says they won't put a Weller out that's under 7 years of age. So this is your standard thing. You know, this used to be just readily available everywhere, and it was no trouble finding it. And I'll tell you a story. Some years ago, I learned that Weller was going to become an allocated bourbon in Virginia. And what that means is that the Commonwealth of Virginia would only receive a certain level of allocation of bottles. There would be a finite number of bottles that would come to Virginia, and that would be it. And so now we have a lottery system to distribute those in some sort of semi-fair way. But when I learned that, I was told, if you like the Weller, which I did, then you ought to go try to round up as much as you can, and because it's going to get harder and harder to find, and it's going to get more expensive. So I took that to heart, and I started doing some research, and lo and behold, I found a liquor store online in St. Charles, Missouri, that had the Weller Special Reserve for $15.99 a bottle. Really good price, even then. And so, you know, when you order something online, you have a little quantity box. And so you put in a number in that quantity box, and your computer comes back to you and says that exceeds our inventory, or it doesn't say anything. So I put a 6 in that little quantity box, and I didn't get a message back. So I changed it to 12, and I didn't get a message back. I changed it to 24, and then 36, and 48. and then 57. Why 57? Because I wanted 60 bottles and I was getting 3 bottles of other stuff. So I ordered 57 bottles of the Weller Special Reserve for $15.99 a bottle. Well, my wife and I were both working then, and she traveled a lot with her work, and she was out of town. And when I would do something like this, I generally tried to plan it so that the delivery would take place when she was not here. And then I could put the whiskey in the collection down in the basement and recycle the box, and she would be none the wiser. But on this particular occasion, she got home before I did. We had a cleaning lady then, and the cleaning lady met Kathy at the door when Kathy got there before I did, and said, FedEx came today, and they brought a whole bunch of boxes, and I didn't know what to do with them. So I helped the FedEx person put them in the foyer of your home. But they're odd, she said, because they slush. Well, I got home and I walk into the kitchen from the garage, and my wife is standing there akimbo with this. You know what's coming when you see that kind of stance. And she said, "What the hell are you doing?" I was clueless. I didn't remember that it was coming, that the delivery was coming in. And so in the foyer, there was a stack of boxes about this tall. And so I've had plenty of Weller for a while now. But at any rate, there are other Wellers. You have the Special Reserve that I just showed you. Then you have probably what's my favorite. This is a single barrel Weller. The Antique 107 is 107 proof. And this, to me, tastes most similar to the Van Winkles. But then there's also the 12-year-old Weller. And this is very similar to the Lot B 12-year-old Van Winkle. Now, while I'm talking, I'm going to enjoy a little bit of the Weller as well. And tell you something that is really important. And I've alluded to this before. The Van Winkle bourbons and the Weller bourbons have exactly the same mash bill. They are aged in the same rick houses. What happens is Pappy Van Winkle's grandson, Julian Van Winkle III, comes to the rick houses on an annual basis and tastes lots and lots of barrels. And he will say, okay, I'm picking these to be my 10-year-olds. And I'm picking these to be my 12-year-olds. And I'm picking these to be my 15, these to be my 20, and these few to be my 23. And he owns the right to do that, or his company does now, and he designates which barrels will become the Van Winkles. And what he selects is it. Now, he typically will select only enough to make somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 bottles of Van Winkle a year for worldwide distribution. That's not very much. They can make a lot more money if they wanted to and make a lot more of it. But they've got something really special going on with the Van Winkle. It's just crazy. I donated a bottle of 20-year-old Pappy Van Winkle to a charity in Baltimore that our son was associated with, and it brought $3,500, which I think is crazy. But good whiskey, but not $3,500 worth. But at any rate, so the Wellers taste very similar to the Van Winkles. And one formula that some people have been putting forward is that if you take the 107 And if you take the 12-year-old and mix them 50-50, you get something that tastes very much like a Van Winkle. And I think that's true. The wheated mash has somewhere between 16 and 18% wheat. So it's not quite as much wheated as the Larceny. But this is good sipping whiskey. And, you know, if you can get your hands on Weller, I strongly recommend it. It's just really good sipping whiskey. The price is going to continue to climb, I'm afraid. Occasionally you can find it if you're real diligent for a decent price. A decent price being, you know, I put in my notes here, 25 to 125. And literally in the last week, I've looked at websites and have found it for $25 and $125. And people are paying $125 for it because it's just so dang hard to get. So enjoy your Weller. More questions?
I won't say they are questions, but I do currently see our Alumni Association chair, our district governor nominee designate, and several of the assistant governors that basically would just like to have your home address so they could come and shop cheaper than the liquor store will allow them to.
Well, Sean, you have a directory, his own directory. You know where I live. I
do, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to tell them.
Well, that's between you and them.
All right. But no questions.
Well, there, you know, one of the things I was doing as I was prepping was looking at whiskey quotes, and I want to share a few more of those with you because they are entertaining to me if they're not entertaining to you. Winston Churchill said, "I have taken more good from alcohol than alcohol has taken from me." George Bernard Shaw said, "Alcohol is the anesthesia by which we endure the operation of life." Humphrey Bogart said, "The problem with the world is that everyone is a few drinks behind." And then another person said, "A banana is 105 calories. A shot of whiskey is 80. Choose wisely." Frank Sinatra said, "Alcohol may be man's worst enemy, but the Bible says, love thy enemy." Abraham Lincoln said, "It has been my experience that folks who have no vices have very few virtues." Ernest Hemingway said, "Never delay kissing a pretty girl or opening a bottle of whiskey." Another said, "You can't find happiness at the bottom of a bottle." Well, no kidding. Who's happy with an empty bottle? Churchill again, commenting on whiskey. "Whiskey has killed more men than bullets, but most men would rather die full of whiskey than full of bullets." Hemingway said, "I drink to make other people more interesting." And then the great coach, Casey Stengel. "They say some of my stars drink whiskey, but I have found the ones that drink milkshakes don't win many ball games." And so there you have it. Too much of anything is bad, but too much good whiskey is barely enough. Enjoy.
Ron, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, expertise, and sense of humor with all of us this afternoon.
It's been my pleasure.
Well, folks, that's 5 sessions down and only one more to go. However, just like those before it, the closing session is definitely not something you will want to miss. This conference is about all of you just as much as it is about anything else. So we're going to start with a meaningful period of open fellowship so we can all visit together. Then, as I teased earlier, not only do we plan to announce a variety of district club and individual awards, we will draw the winner of a special door prize the $5,000+ raffle and enjoy a lineup of valuable messages from not only our own RI director, Stephanie Urchick, but also a keynote presentation from one of the most amazing people you will ever meet. And of course, we will finish it all off with a little bit more entertainment compliments of the WVU Jazz Ensemble. Before we go, just a little bit of housekeeping. When you return to this link at 6 o'clock for the fellowship portion of the evening session, the screen that you will see contains a unique link. If you click on that link, that will take you to the fellowship portion from 6 to 6:30, which session will not be live streamed as all the others have been thus far. So if you want to participate in the fellowship from 6 to 6:30, again, be sure that you click on the link at this site. It will take you to the other. We will visit for about 30 minutes. Then at 6:30, you will leave that special fellowship room and come back to this area using the link that you used to get in today. So with that said, do what you need to do. Get your favorite drink or snack handy. Grab a quick bite. Otherwise, I will see you all at 6 o'clock.
simple case of good folks working side by side to make this world a better place. We'll continue onward ever stronger than before. 100 years of Rotary, why not 100 more? With hands that reach around the globe and many hearts that care to rid the world of polio's a dream that we all share. Two small drops in one small mouth, millions one by one, till we've seen the last of this disease. Our job will not be done. Paul Harris and three friends sat down in 1905. Now in clubs throughout the world, we keep their dreams alive. To foster understanding among people everywhere, to build goodwill and harmony, the four-way test to share. In clubs around the globe, our many efforts will not cease. And by the next centennial, we'll know a world at peace. A century of service, we've given it with pride. Finally now, for 18 years, we've women by our side, by our side. 100 years of Rotary, a very simple case of men and women working side by side to make this world a better place. We'll continue onward, always stronger than before. 100 years of Rotary, why not? Why not 100 years of Rotary? Why not? Why not 100 years of Rotary? Why not? Why not 100 more?
I'm gonna lock my heart and throw away the key. I'm wise to all tricks you played on me. Gonna turn my back on love. gonna snub the moon above, seal all my windows up with tin, so the love bug can't get in. I'm gonna park my romance right along the curb, hang a sign up on my heart, please don't disturb. And if I never fall in love again, that's soon enough for me. I'm gonna lock my heart and throw away the key. I'm gonna lock my heart and throw away the key. I'm wise to all tricks you play on me. Gonna turn my back on love, gonna snub the moon above, seal all my windows up with tin, so the love bug can't get in. I'm gonna park my romance right along the curb, hang a sign on my heart, don't you dare disturb. And if I never ever fall in love again, that's soon enough for me. I'm gonna lock my heart. I'm gonna lock my heart. I'm gonna lock I'm wise to all tricks you played on me. Gonna turn my back on love. Gonna snub the moon above. Seal all my windows up with tin. So the love bug can't get in. I'm gonna park my romance right along the curb. Hang a sign up on my heart. Please don't disturb. And if I never fall in love again, that's soon enough for me. I'm gonna lock my heart and throw away the key. Turn my back on love. Gonna snub the moon above. Seal all my windows up with tin. So the love bug can't get in. I'm gonna park my romance right along the curb. Hang a sign on my heart, don't you dare disturb. And if I never ever fall in love again, that's soon enough for me. I'm gonna lock my heart. I'm gonna lock my
thank you very much for having me to do the prayer for the Rotary. I offer this conclusion prayer. Lord, we are thankful for opportunities to serve and to place service above self, people above pride, and purpose above power. Whether in our local city, county, country, or continent, we give you thanks, O Lord, that we can serve. We are blessed that we can see beyond enclosed borders, racial divides, and pompous pieties. Through clubs, exchange programs, and fellowship gifts, grant us the grace to continue our efforts to be inclusive and committed to the causes of human dignity, the environment, and globalism. Bless those who have attended these functions, the attenders and the presenters and the displayers and the technicians. Forgive us slackers who haven't attended, and lead us all as we honor the 143rd year of our founder's birth. Go with the rest of the evening. We pray in your name. Amen.
I'd first like to thank Dee Dee Meehan for that invocation. We're so lucky to have heard from several special people today, some of which were ladies of Rotary. And now I want to introduce all of you to another special lady that has a very special place in mine, Julie's hearts in particular. She'll likely get mad at me for everything I'm about to include, but I want all of you to take notice of this impressive list of accomplishments. A Rotarian since 1991, she has served Rotary as a foundation trustee, chair of the Rotary Foundation's Centennial Celebration Committee, chair of the Rotary Strategic Planning Committee, a member of the Atlanta RI Convention Committee, district governor of our North Neighboring District 7330 in 1998, regional foundation coordinator, international training leader, president's representative, a district delegate to 2 councils on legislation, and a member of various RI committees and in various club and district foundation roles. She is a major donor, a member of the Bequest Society. She's been named Rotarian of the Year by both her district and her club, and has received the Distinguished Service Award from the Rotary Foundation of Rotary International. In September of 2016, this lady appeared in the publication Women in Business that highlighted women from a 23-county area of Pennsylvania who are making a difference. She has also participated in a variety of international service projects, including National Immunization Days for polio prevention in India and Nigeria, the building of an elementary school in Vietnam, water filter installation in the Dominican Republic, and mentoring new Rotarians in the Ukraine. Most recently, she is the brainchild of the Rotary Works Initiative and is your current Rotary International Director for our zone. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Rotary Club of McMurray, Pennsylvania, my very, very dear friend, Stephanie Urchick. Stephanie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Governor Sean. I'm so excited to be with all of you this evening, and I appreciate the invitation. I know that you have probably heard from Sean, and you'll hear from me, and I'm sure I don't even have to tell you all because you've experienced it. What a strange year we've had. It's not what we expected in Rotary at all, but family of Rotary, it is a great time to be a Rotarian. You know, the great American astronomer, poet, and author Carl Sagan said, "Extinction is the rule, survival is the exception." So, ladies and gentlemen, Rotary is an exceptional organization. I love Rotary just as you do. And I love that we have survived the twin crises of a COVID pandemic and a bleak economic instability. Some may even say a recession. For months, headlines had predicted that 1/3 of all the nonprofits would close or merge by the end of 2020, but not Rotary. Service impacts around the globe saw reduced or suspended services, but not Rotary. Jobs at organizations took a hit with pre-COVID figures far above numbers recorded at the end of December 2020, but not Rotary. Family of Rotary, this evening, I want to reflect on how and why Rotary International, the Rotary Foundation, Rotary Zones 33 and 34, Districts 75, 45, and its clubs survived, and why it signals that our future is going to be one in which we will thrive. Now, you all know that 2 years ago, Rotary launched a new action plan, a strategic plan with 4 priorities that are meant to move us into this bright future. And many of you have heard me expound on these priorities and what they mean for our clubs. As a quick review, here are those priorities and what they suggest. The first is increasing our impact. This is the priority that's asking us to assess what we do so that we can better measure and humbly brag about our success. Measure what we do and then tell the story of the impact. That's how we will attract more people to what we do. Expanding our reach, priority number 2, suggests that we can build new channels for more people to come into the magic of Rotary. I think many of you have heard about the North America initiative called Innovative Club Advocates. And if you've seen the video, Anytown, you understand what that's all about. You know, not everybody can make a meeting Wednesday at noontime. So let's create other ways for them to come in. Enhancing engagement, our third priority, requires that we build participant-centered Rotary experiences so that value is delivered. You know, President Holger often talks about caring for our members, making sure they feel cared and respected and valued. And I always talk about the need for us to ditch the exit interview and start doing entrance interviews and ongoing interviews with our members. Find out what it is that people are expecting from the Rotary experience so that we can better target our projects, our programs, our speakers, and our cultures. But it's priority number 4, increasing our ability to adapt, that tested us to the max. And we passed with flying colors. The way we do Rotary was taken away from us 14 months ago. Do you remember where you were when you heard the news that this pandemic was real and that we were about to go into lockdown? For me, it was March the 13th of last year. I wasn't far from you. I was in District 7570 at the Homestead in Hot Springs, Virginia, for their district conference. Then DG Tim Carter got up on stage on the first day, during the second half of the first day, and bravely announced, by order of the governor of the state of Virginia, this conference is now closed. We looked at each other. We felt actually afraid. We stayed overnight, and the next morning we all drove home. It was the very last time that I went to a Rotary in-person event for the remainder of 2020. Now, Rotary could have shut down, but we didn't. I watched dozens and dozens of news programs and read countless articles about major companies filing for bankruptcy or going under. Neiman Marcus, J. Crew, GNC, Cirque du Soleil, Brooks Brothers, California Pizza Kitchen, Lord & Taylor, 24-Hour Fitness, Pier 1 Imports, and my go-to store. I don't know if you have these in West Virginia, or had them, but my favorite store was Steinmart. See, Steinmart had the best clip earrings of anybody. I don't have pierced ears. So I used to have excursions with my girlfriends. We would go and make a day or afternoon out of it. We'd shop, we'd buy whatever it was, and then we'd have lunch and, go to other stores. So when Steinmart announced that it was closing, I had to make one final trip to buy several pairs of these stylish clip-on dangling earrings. Now, I suppose that I can find these kinds of earrings online, but you know what? The magic of that experience won't be the same. Oh, well. So the Journal of Philanthropy reported last fall that 22,000 nonprofits would fail due to coronavirus, from child care centers to food banks to arts organizations. The economic toll of this pandemic is in the billions of dollars. So what did Rotary do in the face of COVID-19? Well, at headquarters, Rotary International and the Rotary Foundation staff were sent home on March the 16th with technology, and they were asked to test whether they could do their jobs from home. Some tweaks were made, and by 2 days later, it was business as usual. In-person meetings became Zoom meetings. The only thing that couldn't be completed was the actual mailing of Paul Harris Fellowship hardware, because all of that hardware, that material, was locked down in the building in Evanston. COVID relief grants were created and distributed until all the funds were expended and put to great use. What did Rotary clubs do? Well, they embraced and learned about technology. We zigged and we zagged and we zoomed. We looked for ways to serve safely. Clubs, including those in your district, were sewing and/or distributing face masks. They were serving meals to first responders and then to people in need. They were delivering essentials to stay-at-home seniors, hosting webinars for the public on the virus and how it spreads and how to stop it, calling or checking on club members to be sure everybody was safe. And of course, clubs used the over $36 million that was allocated for COVID-related grant projects. Our zone also adapted. You all know we wanted to see a Rotary Summit, a Rotary Institute in the Steel City, Pittsburgh, but we had to pivot to a virtual event. As an in-person event, we would have seen about 400 or 500 people throughout that week. Going virtual, we had over 1,400 registrations, and with all the likes, views, and live streaming, over 10,000 people saw one or more segments of that institute. Now that is a public-facing event. That is public image. And to boot, the event donated more than $27,000 to our local food bank in Pittsburgh, including funds from your district. So all of this tells me and tells the world that we figured out how to connect. We figured out how to serve, and we did what the world was craving, and we survived. And that brings me to a new topic, our future. Our future is bright because we have learned valuable lessons from the past year, and here are just a few. First, we have absolutely expedited digital innovation. I like to say that Zoom saved Rotary, as well as a lot of other organizations and companies. Facebook live streaming and virtual platforms allow more people to experience the magic of Rotary. It's convenient. It doesn't cost anything. They jump on and they try us. Is it perfect? Of course not. Of course not. We'll always cling to our in real life experiences, but the easy to use virtual tools have become the new default. You know, prior to 2020, I rarely, if ever, shopped online. And now I'm kind of hooked on the convenience. And I hope I can find cool clip earrings when I look online in the future. I never thought that I'd have a medical exam over Zoom, but you know what? I was wrong. Telehealth proved me wrong. And you know, I've spoken to over tens of thousands of Rotarians since last March. I wouldn't have come close to that number with in-person meetings. All of these lessons are going to help Rotarians and Rotaractors rethink how we continue to do Rotary. Second, we found that virtual experiences allowed those unfamiliar with our causes to test us, as I mentioned, in a convenient and cost-effective way. Innovative clubs are popping up all over our zones. I'm doing virtual new member inductions or club charterings every single week. 3, we've learned that we don't have to eat to do Rotary, and that Rotary doesn't have to be so darned expensive. My club dues went from $240 a quarter to just $90 a quarter. Now think about that. I'm paying $1 a day to belong to the grandest, best organization in the world. Number 4, as the world got smaller, nature let us live larger. We went outside because it was safe to do that. Now that supporting the environment has become our newest area of focus, we can capitalize on how our planet got more love during COVID. We got closer to trees, closer to bees, closer to birds. Binocular sales were up 22% in the last half of 2020 because people were out stargazing and bird watching. We have more city parks, more bicycle lanes, more temperature-controlled outdoor dining spaces, and more outdoor events happening, including Rotary meetings. All of this bodes well for support of the environment as we move into our future. And of course, those are just a few. There are many more lessons. Now, I have an observation. This is not from Rotary. It's not from the foundation. It's only from Stephanie. I have an observation about a lesson from COVID. You know, I've been reading each week the polio reports that come out. And since the beginning of January, there have been only 2, now that's too many, 2 cases of wild polio, only 2. And when I think about the way diseases spread, the fact that we around the globe have had to do physical distancing, it makes me think that because of that, their children are not congregating as much and playing as much and sharing that virus as much, the polio virus. Again, not a Rotary thought, but one that has crossed my mind. So we'll continue to hear how Rotary clubs and Rotaract clubs are facing the challenges and figuring out solutions as time marches on. Someone, and I'm not exactly sure who, wrote these words: "We don't even know how strong we are until we are forced to bring that hidden strength forward. In times of tragedy, of war, of necessity, people do amazing things. The human capacity for survival and renewal is awesome." So, family of Rotary, there has never been a better time to be a Rotarian than right now, And the world needs Rotary now more than ever as we come out of this pandemic, facing something new and something different. The basic need for friends, for fellowship, and for service, along with our courage, our optimism, and our idealism, is going to propel us into that thriving future, because we see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change around the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. Thank you, District 7545, for being those people of action and being part of our survival and being part of our future success. Whether surviving now or thriving in the future, we will always, because of Rotarians like you, have a wonderful world. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, bright blessed day, dark starry night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends bumping elbows, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll never know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And this world is so wonderful, Rotarians, because of you, because you're committed to finding opportunities and you're committed to serving to change lives. Thank you, District 7545, for listening, and I wish you all the best.
In hindsight, life seems linear. It's a story you get really good at telling. But in moments of uncertainty, when I have no idea what direction to take, I tell myself to do even more. Polio changed the way I walk, but not what I can be. I'm a father, a professional, an activist, a national champion, and a polio survivor. My father told me it's not where you start that matters, it's how you finish. After paralysis, I worked to regain the strength to walk. I never gave in to polio, and neither can you. Every day we're one step closer to eradication. Let's finish, and finish strong.
Group architectural firm, the Mountain State E-Club, and the Rotary Clubs of Fairmont, South Fairmont, and White Sulphur Springs. I obviously want to thank the District Conference Planning Committee, which includes Greg Cartwright from Grafton, Jordan Feathers from Cheat Lake, Dan McCarthy from Beckley, PDG Ron Napier from Fort Royal, Virginia, Amanda Ream from South Charleston, Sharon Welsh from Moundsville, and the lady who somehow continues to tolerate me day in and day out, my wife, Julie, from the Kingwood Club. I want to thank the fabulous district leadership team, committee chairs, assistant governors, and club presidents who have supported our district from day one this year. And most importantly, I want to thank all of you for everything that you all have done and continue to do in your clubs for all of our communities and the world abound. Now, with that said, I'm going to go completely off script. So hopefully you all will endear my gunslinging attitude and approach to this portion of the conference. But there's some very important things that I want to do at this point. You can see joining me on the screen a gentleman by the name of Dr. Clay Marsh, who was appointed by our governor this year, not this governor, our governor, to serve as the COVID guru, I believe was the term that he was given by our governor. He spoke to us during our event in the fall with regard to the Rotary calendar, particularly on the topic of disease prevention. He has just done some fabulous things. Now, here's where it gets precarious. When he spoke to us earlier in the fall, in exchange for his generosity of sharing an evening with us, we, as a district, made a donation to the Rotary Foundation in his name. I contacted Clay earlier this week with a presumption that he was going to be asked to speak to us tonight. So for the time that he spent preparing for this evening, I will apologize in advance. Because Clay, my friend, I didn't bring you with us this evening so that you could speak what you thought you would be speaking necessarily, but I would give you an opportunity to speak to the group as briefly as you'd like after I announce to them that in exchange for everything that you've done for the citizens of our communities in West Virginia, instead of just making a donation to the Paul Harris Society on your behalf, we would like to go ahead and make you a full-fledged Paul Harris Foundation member. What that means in Rotary terms is to become a member of Paul Harris, you have to have amassed a total donation of $1,000 over the course of your lifetime as a Rotarian. And the District Finance Committee, the Conference Planning Committee, and I decided that for everything that you've been through for all of us as a sacrifice, we want to go ahead and expedite that, what is normally a 10-year process, and just go ahead and make you a Paul Harris Fellow. So assuming you would agree to receive that honor and notoriety, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, Sean, thank you so much. And boy, I'm blown away and so grateful to you and to all the Rotarians who are here at this conference. You know, it's as I think that Sean would absolutely agree with me, it is an incredible privilege to serve. And I feel like that I have been given such a gift to be able to help in some small way our governor approach the COVID pandemic. Being a native West Virginian and having my dad be the editor of the Charleston Gazette for many years, you know, the motto in the Gazette was sustained outrage for social injustice, and being able to come back to West Virginia and be with Gordon Gee at West Virginia University and now working closely with Governor Jim Justice and retired General Jim Hoyer and Secretary Bill Crouch and State Health Commissioner Ayn Amjad and all the great people I get to work with, Jeremiah Samples, et cetera. It's just such a privilege. I have to say I'm so inspired by the hard work and the dedication and the incredible intent of the people that I work with. Sean, but the thing that's been the most amazing to me, and I won't be too awful long, so the meeting goes forward. But the thing that's been so amazing to me has been the strength and the kindness and the service orientation of each one of our citizens. West Virginia is a great state. It's a great state with great people, with smart people, innovative people, people that on an even playing field during this COVID pandemic have really, as the governor said, ran to the fire and pulled the rope in the same direction. And the secret to the success that we've seen in West Virginia, and of course that success is, having almost 2,700 people die and countless people who have been affected by COVID in one way or another, but has been the strength of our people and the fact that we have looked out for each other. Even though some people in West Virginia have had other struggles and perhaps the narrative about our state has not been, completely what we have chosen, but the goodness, the resilience, the ability to live with the land, to be artisans, to still help each other no matter what you have or how little or how much, is really ingrained in all of us. And to be honored tonight by my fellow citizens and by the Rotary that does such exemplary and amazing work all around the world, I could not be more flattered, humbled, or appreciative of your kindness, and thank you very much.
Clay, my pleasure. I know you're not a Rotarian, but I think you're familiar with a lot of the mantras that we Rotarians live by. You know that our motto is service above self, and you know that we always try to live and operate by this little thing called the four-way test. The first part of the four-way test is it the truth? So I apologize for having strayed away a little bit from that first covenant of the four-way test in order to get you here. But to be honest with you, you can't only blame me. Babette in your office is in on this as well, as is WVU Medicine's publicist. So you stand to, gain some recognition out of this, and I will be in touch with you very soon to properly present you, hopefully in person, with your Paul Harris Fellow Certificate and pen. I can't thank you enough for being here.
Thank you. It's my pleasure and my privilege.
Thanks, Clay. Okay, let's get back into the Rotary world a little bit. There's 2 months left of our Rotary year. And during that time that we have left, the clubs still have an opportunity to do several things. They have an ability to grow their membership. They have an ability to pull together their giving and make donations to our Rotary Foundation. So it's a little bit premature to award any of those clubs in that sense. But I will tell you and share with you where things are right now. So if the clubs that are in the lead want to continue to be there, they need to step up their game. And the ones that want to overtake the lead among the others need to step up their game even further. Right now, the Rotary Club of Weston has the most new members. They have gained 13 new members since July the 1st. I can also tell you that the club with the largest percentage growth thus far is the Bridgeport Club. They have grown their club ranks by 75% as of today. With regard to donations and giving, I can tell you that right now the club with the most amount of donations in third place is the Buckhannon Upshur Club. I can tell you that in second place is the Rotary Club of Elkins. And right now, the most giving made by any club within our district is the Rotary Club of Beckley. I can tell you that as far as per capita donations go to the foundation, third place again, Buckhannon Upshur. I can tell you in second place is the Rotary Club of Bridgeport. And currently, the club that has the greatest per capita giving is the Rotary Club of Peterstown. So, like I said, you've got 60 days left. If you want to see those folks win, then don't do a thing. If you want to see your club take their place in that lineup, roll up your sleeves and have at it. The opportunity is there. The time is there. Let's all come together and finish this year with a bang in that sense. Now, That takes care of the clubs that I can't give an award to thus far. There are a couple that I can, and I'd like to make just a few announcements, if I may. The club, it's hard to choose some of these clubs, just to be very honest with all of you. There's 54 clubs in this district, and when it started before the pandemic, and there's still 54 clubs in this district throughout the pandemic and where we are today. So each and every one of our clubs needs to be commended for its determination and resiliency in sticking together and finding a way through this and continuing to do good things in the community and beyond. If I could give every club an award, I would, but for purposes of this evening, I have just a couple that I would actually be able to give an award to. And the categories are this. First of all, as far as the most newly ambitious club, if you will, which basically is the most improved club. And I don't want to get any more specific than that, just overall most improved. The award for this year given to them by the district is the Rotary Club of Weston. Beyond that, I have been fortunate to visit with 49 of the 54 clubs already. I have more visits planned. 36 of those visits were in person, 13 were virtually, but I've gotten to know so many people. I've visited all of those clubs, and I've stayed in contact with most of the ones that I've visited pretty regularly. So my choice this year for District Club of the Year, based on everything they've done, and if you've paid attention to social media, you already know some of this, I'm proud to announce would be the Rotary Club of Princeton. They've just done a fantastic job with packing the meals and being in the community. And again, if you haven't seen some of that, then you're just not paying enough attention. I encourage you to get onto social media and watch their club and all the others and all the fantastic things that are being done. That's it for the club awards. Now, this one's really tough. When you have 1,930 people in your district, it's hard to pick that one district Rotarian of the year that exemplifies service above self. But I've been struggling with this for months. I finally committed to my selection earlier this week, and I am proud to say that my selection as District Rotarian of the Year for this year, 2020-21, is Club President Todd Nelson of the Milton Rotary Club. And all three of those clubs and or their people will I'll be in touch with. I don't know if any of them are on the feed right now because I've got too many balls in the air and I just can't tell you where they are or not. But hopefully there's some of you that are out there. I'm glad to make those announcements, and I just appreciate all that they and their clubs and everything everyone has done. I do have one other thing that I want to share with everyone, and we haven't had an opportunity to rehearse this, but I will share with you that there are 535 districts in the Rotary International worldwide. Every year, the governor of each of those districts has the ability to nominate one person for what is known as the Service Above Self Award. It's the highest honor that Rotary International can award to any one of its Rotarians. This year, out of the nominations were made, less than 150 people worldwide were selected. I am proud to say that the person that I nominated was one of the ones selected. So again, without rehearsal, as you can see on your feed, my wife, Julie, is approaching someone's front door. So Julie, if you would, if your proverbial eagle has landed, feel free to knock on the door and see if anybody's home.
Let's see what we get.
Yeah, the eagle landed. Come on in, come on in, come on in. We've been waiting for you. Come on.
Make sure you don't get too close to the feed,
Okay.
Julie.
I can't get close to your feet.
No,
You're-
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can everybody on that end hear me all right? Sir, can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Let me get it turned around here.
there you go.
There you go. Sir, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I have an apology. I did not send Julie over to your house tonight to give you your club certificate for polio giving last year. I am, however, to announce as your district governor during this time of the district conference that you, sir, past district governor Ranjit Majumdar, are the recipient of the 2020-21 Service Above Self Award from Rotary International.
Thank you. Thank you. However, is it the truth? You said it will be a recognition of our club.
Well, I've given club recognitions and I've talked highly about everybody all weekend, but you need to be humble. And I'm going to share with everyone here as soon as we get done speaking with you, the accomplishments and all of the tireless giving that you have performed as a member of this district and Rotary. You, sir, are more than deserving of this award. And I am proud to let you know that Rotary International has agreed to honor my nomination. And again, you are now the recipient of RI Service Above Self Award. Congratulations, Ranjit.
But I'll tell you, the Rotary is our life. We do anything. The total motivation is because of Rotary. And so I cannot tell you how grateful, how humble I am, and appreciate what you are doing and what each Rotarians in our district. I have my hats off. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ranjit. I'm going to share with the district now everything that you've accomplished over time. You can go back into your feed, visit with Julie, and I'll see you after the conclusion of the conference. Thanks, Julie.
Yep. I'm going to go grab the box and everything for that.
Thank Julie out. Sure. Folks, let me just share with you a few things. Past district governor, Ranjit Majumdar, is an active emeritus professor and director of the International Center for Disability Information at West Virginia University. He earned his PhD in neuropsychology in 1966, joined the ranks at WVU as an assistant professor and director of research of the Rehabilitation Research and Training Center, where he has conducted various pioneering studies for over 40 years. He has continually been involved in improving the quality of life of individuals with various disadvantages. Professionally, he has served as president of the West Virginia Mental Health Association, vice president on the Council of International Programs, president of the West Virginia Civil Rights Commission. Within the community, he has served as president of the Arts Monongalia Advancement for Arts in the Local Community, president of the Greater Morgantown Community Foundation, president of the Indus Association, which is a Hindu religion cultural association. He's a member of the boards of directors of Goodwill Industries, Pace Enterprises, Stepping Stones. As a Rotarian, he joined the Rotary Club of Morgantown in 1984. He was elected club president in 1994. He served as our district governor in 2010. He and Indira are members of the Paul Harris Society, benefactors, major donors. In 1993, he visited and conducted a collaborative project with the Rotary Club of Calcutta, serving the children at Mother Teresa's Missionaries of Charity, resulting in the raising of funds and donation of a farm tractor to its agricultural rehabilitation program. He later conducted a 3-year global grant project from 2010 through 2013 with District 3201 to immunize 250,000 children for rubella. In 2015, Ranjit joined past District Governor Nancy Barbie in a National Immunization Day program in India to immunize thousands of others. In 2017, he and our fellow district Rotarian VK Raju organized the Together We Can Eradicate Childhood Blindness conference that took place in India that included a keynote presentation by past Rotary International President K.R. Ravindran. He's a member of the Rotary International Zones 3334 Institute Registration Committee. He's been a member of the Zones Program Committee. He's been a member of the International Board of Directors Selection Committee. He's been a Rotary International Council on Legislation representative for our district twice, and he's also the advisor of the Morgantown Rotaract Club since 2020. He has dedicated his entire life to the education, assistance, and embodiment of improving the quality of life of individuals with social, environmental, geographic, and economic-based physical and mental disadvantages through developing services designed to help them stay healthy and providing social and training services so that they may become employable and maintain independent living arrangements. And that's just in the public sector. He continues to be active in local community organizations. He has supported his successive district governors for nearly a decade. If you look in the dictionary in the state of West Virginia, under the word service, there's a picture of Ranjit Majumdar. And did I fail to mention that he just celebrated his 90th birthday? So I know he's not on the feed in a way that he can communicate with us, but I'm so glad he answered the door, and I am to honor him and recognize him moving forward as the recipient of the Service Above Self Award. With that said, perhaps another one of the we've all been waiting for throughout the course of the weekend. We have a couple of drawings to do, and joining us on the feed right now is a gentleman who you may not recognize. His name is Brett Wilson. He is the founder of the Walking Miracles Family Foundation, who is the recipient of the charitable donation that we intend to offer to him and his organization as a result of all the raffle ticket sales that we had. So, Brett, I'm glad you were able to make it to the call. In just a couple minutes, I'm going to draw the winner, and I'll also announce to you the amount that's going to be donated to your organization. Before we do that, we also have a door prize that we want to draw for. One of the people that helped me tremendously as part of the conference planning committee was Sharon Welsh, the assistant governor up in the Northern Panhandle. She was able to obtain what, according to this paper, is a 2-night stay at Ogbe for 2 people, inclusive of weekdays. Has to be redeemed by March of next year. So hopefully the world would be a little more COVID friendly by then. So we're going to draw that first. If I could have a drum roll, please. The winning number is 105. Ann Lawson. You have just become the proud recipient of a free 2-night stay at Ogbe. I'll make sure that you get the certificate that you need to redeem that right away. And you're welcome to go and enjoy that as soon as you're able. Now, Brett, without further ado, we're going to draw the granddaddy of them all. If I could have a real drum roll, please. The winner of the $5,630 in gift cards is number 188, Roger Topping of the Rotary Club of Princeton. Roger, congratulations. And perhaps even more importantly, Brett, I want you to know that the sales of those raffle tickets amassed an amount of $5,612.68. The district will be cutting you a check and sending it to you on behalf of your foundation down in the southwestern part of the state. Brett, congratulations to you, your foundation, and all those families of all those poor little kids that could really use this. If you'd like to share a few words, please feel free.
It's really quite amazing that people have reached out and helped us. Not only does it help the kids, but as a childhood and adolescent cancer survivor myself, something like this could have really helped my family. I'm originally from Charleston. Was diagnosed with leukemia in 1974. I also had non-Hodgkin's in 1981. And so I'm in survivorship now for 40 plus years from the first diagnosis and 30 plus years from the second one. And I just know how difficult it is for the families in the state to get to Morgantown or to get to Charleston or to get to Huntington. And the amount that was raised is just going to be a blessing for them, because the average drive back and forth for most families is 2 to 3 hours one direction. I started Walking Miracles in 2012 so that we could provide a way for families not to go through the journey that I did, have the same barriers and struggles that I did and my mother did, and trying to figure everything out for ourselves. We've had all kinds of long-term side effects, challenges with hearts and memory loss and different things that come along with the cancer journey due through the radiation and the chemotherapy that a child or young adult or adolescent may face. It's just been a struggle for a lot of these families, and especially during COVID, which made it even worse for a lot of them, because typically families start with the dual income and then they end up having to go to one income anyway without COVID, because someone needs to be responsible to getting the child to treatment. And in some cases, that treatment is as long as 3 years. So it's an everyday up and back, or a lot of expenses with hotels and stays and food, etc. Through some of the research that we have done, the years we have been operating, 38% of any income outside of what is taken away from taxes when a child is diagnosed with this, or adolescent or young adult, 38% of that income that's brought in goes to expenses to help these families for these particular things. So that doesn't leave a lot of money for rent. That doesn't leave a lot of money for other bills that need to be taken care of. So this type of blessing right here will help us in many ways, Sean. I appreciate the giving, like you said, of the people in West Virginia. A lot of times we may not have enough for ourselves, but we'll figure out what we need to do to help somebody else. And it's that serving attitude, no matter where you are and what economy level that you're in, that makes West Virginia so special.
Well, Brett,
go ahead.
Oh, I'd hate to cut you off. If there's more you'd like to share, now is certainly the time to share it. Otherwise, I can't tell
it's just one of those things, Sean. People don't realize the day-to-day struggle that the families personally have to go into. And, you have Rotaries all around the state, and you see these little fundraisers in each county. Johnny was diagnosed, Sally was diagnosed, and they're just all trying to accomplish the same thing. And maybe through the Rotary and through other ways, we can join together. And instead of doing these small little things and figuring out months later what somebody really needs, that together we can figure out the way through a group to be able to help them on a more consistent basis, if that makes sense, so that we're all coming together to help one another. But this right here, I never dreamed would come to that amount, but what a blessing it'll be. And, Sean, I've been doing this for 8 years, and I'd tell everyone the same thing. I don't run Walking Miracles because Brett needs it for salary. I run it because my mom and I didn't have what we needed to get through the journey. And it's not about money to me. It's about fixing the problem instead of kicking the can down the road, because living in a rural area and getting health care is hard enough as it is. But when you're trying to drive and you have a child that is diagnosed with an illness like cancer, sometimes we can't even get the treatments in state. They have to be referred out of state, which makes it even more difficult to accomplish what you need to accomplish. And, my parents didn't have a choice, Sean. They said, your son has cancer. They're going to do whatever they've got to do to save their child, no matter what the cost is going to be. And I think that a lot of times when you're not there and you see the TV commercials about stuff for research and you see the TV commercials for different things, you don't ask yourself the question, is that coming back to our community? Is that actually going to our families? And in a lot of cases, it isn't. It's going to help possibly cure cancer because someone would go to a clinical trial for a treatment that maybe all the other ones didn't work, and they're looking to try to find that one that will work so that the child can become good because their body will work with it. But we just chose to give it back to the families locally and not nationally, because I know what the struggle is for these families in the state. We've known what the struggle is for these folks. We know they need counseling. We know they need other services to get through because it is such a daunting situation. And so for the Rotary to even think of us and figure out who we were, for you to reach out to me and tell me what you did, I was just dumbfounded, to be honest with you. And I'm just so humbled that finally, after all this time, that we are, it's not about recognition, but it's more about the recognition of what we're doing, because there are other people like me, like other children that are sitting right in our communities that we don't even know about or that we have heard about. And sometimes a little bit of money goes a long way. Typically, Sean, when we serve our families, we give what we call a travel assistance cards is what we do. And that helps pay for gas, food, and lodging. In the past years, we've given $250 twice a year. With this type of donation, that can extend that to some more families. But our objective and our goal is to have more than that so that we can offer not just $250. Maybe it becomes $300. Maybe it becomes $400, because that is the biggest barrier to care, and you're talking for 3 years. So, I'm just really humbled and just don't know what else to say, honestly. And it was never expected, Sean, and I appreciate you and the folks that came together to help so much. And I just ask that as Rotary members, now that you know who we are, if you run into someone in the communities, if you could refer people back to us and say, we know a group that will help. And there's not anything that we won't do to bend over backwards to, if that's financial, whatever the case is, Walking Miracles is going to be there for other newly diagnosed families and also cancer survivors that are no longer getting treatment. We're going to do whatever we need to do to serve and help them in service above self. It's not about me. It's about serving other people and realizing what happened to me is happening to other people. And I can react one of two ways, Sean. I can react and say, oh, that's horrible. I remember going through that. Or I can react and say, you know what? I need to help them. And I just chose as an organization when I started this to say, I've been fortunate enough for 2 of these. The name Walking Miracles actually comes from the fact that I blue coded twice during my non-Hodgkin's. They couldn't get an intubation tube down my throat in order to be able to help me breathe. And so therefore, when I was revived by the anesthesiologist because I had a reaction to anesthesia, they called me a walking miracle because technically I shouldn't have been up and running. And so I know that there are other kids like that in the state of West Virginia. We're happy to serve all of those families. We have a lot of positive things happening. We just recently got a statewide grant to be able to provide navigation services to help people starting from scratch to be able to do whatever it is we need to do. If that's insurance, if that's connecting them to other services, if that's helping them with resources, whatever we need to do It's what we will do, and I appreciate it very much.
Well, Brett, I believe me when I tell you on behalf of myself personally and everybody in this district, I know you well enough. I certainly know your organization well enough to have full faith and confidence. And while this may not be a huge amount of money, every little bit counts. And I know you're going to use it in the right way for all the people who need it most. I can't thank you enough for being willing to accept, and I can't thank you enough for sharing a little bit of time with us this evening.
It's been my pleasure, Sean, and I'm glad you asked me. And I hope that our talk and our working together will be able to spread the word on what we do so that more people can get the assistance that they need. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the evening with your conference. And thank you for asking me. It was a pleasure to meet you, not just on the phone, but to connect with you a little bit outside of that in preference for the conference, and hope we can continue to do that in the future.
Absolutely, sir. You're a true inspiration. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, thank you. Folks, I now want to share with you a video prepared by someone else. This person you might just recognize.
There's an African-American song, 19th century, which is so great. It says, when it looked like the sun wasn't gonna shine anymore, God put a rainbow in the clouds. Imagine. And I've had so many rainbows in my clouds. I had a lot of clouds, but I have had so many rainbows. And one of the things I do when I step up on a stage, when I stand up to translate, when I go to teach my classes, when I go to direct a movie, I bring everyone who has ever been kind to me with me. Black, white, Asian, Spanish-speaking, Native American, gay, straight, everybody. I say, come with me. I'm going on the stage. Come with me, I need you now. Long dead, you see? So I don't ever feel I have no help. I've had rainbows in my clouds. And the thing to do, it seems to me, is to prepare yourself so that you can be a rainbow in somebody else's cloud. Somebody who may not look like you, may not call God the same name you call God, if they call God at all. You see? And may not eat the same dishes prepared the way you do, may not dance your dances or speak your language, but be a blessing to somebody. That's what I think.
Folks, if you don't feel good about what we can do when we come together as Rotarians yet, you are certainly in store to experience a true blessing at this time. For one more moment that you have all been waiting for, our keynote speaker tonight is someone I had the pleasure of meeting at the Zone Summit in Atlanta in 2019, and I immediately on the spot asked her then to commit to being with us tonight almost 2 years later. She is a psychotherapist, activist, certified yoga instructor, competitive swimmer, and executive director of her own namesake foundation. She is also the owner-operator of the Grant Park Counseling Group in Atlanta, Georgia. She holds dual master's degrees in psychology and social work, as a licensed clinical social worker, and attended the University of Georgia for her undergraduate studies in psychology. I provide no further introduction other than to say that she is here this evening to share with us her story of resilience despite amazing odds not in her favor. So let's all get comfortable and prepare ourselves to be absolutely astounded while we listen to her tell it.
Doctors say Aimee Copeland remains in critical condition at a Georgia hospital. The 24-year-old had most of her right leg amputated. Now, family members fear the rare flesh-eating bacteria she contracted may also claim her hands and left leg. At a press conference Thursday, Aimee's father says his daughter is improving and is alert despite being diagnosed with a mysterious infection.
Hello, Rotarians! My name is Aimee Copeland, and it is such an honor to be able to share with you all my story. And I know some of you may remember my story. that little news clip might have jogged your memories. And for some of you, you may have had no idea that this was going on. So I want to start at the beginning with you today. My story begins on May 1st of 2012, the day that my life would change forever. It was a beautiful day. It was warm but breezy, not unlike today, which is kind of interesting because this conference is taking place on May 1st. And this is the 9-year anniversary of that day that changed my life. Kind of spooky. I'm getting goosebumps here just talking about it. I was a graduate research assistant at the time at the University of West Georgia in Carrollton, Georgia, which is on the western border, very close to Alabama. I had gone to the University of Georgia for my undergraduate degree, and I was now getting my master's degree in psychology in a very unique field called eco-psychology. And on this beautiful day, I was getting off my shift at a local breakfast restaurant, the Sunnyside Cafe. You know you're in the South when you're at the Sunnyside Cafe. I would get there at about 5 in the morning, and I would leave around lunchtime, and I would be serving up bacon and biscuits and hot coffee. And on this particular day, one of my girlfriends, who was also a waitress, asked me to come hang out at the little river that ran behind her house. And it was this beautiful day. Could not say no. I love being outside, so I was compelled to go. And when I got there, it was just idyllic. There were little baby bunnies hopping around. We found a bird's nest with tiny little birds in them. And all her little plants were popping up. It was gorgeous. And we kind of meandered along this property that she shared with the landlord that she rented her home from. And we came upon the little Tallapoosa River. And we're kind of wading down this little river. And that's when we stumbled upon this old homemade zip line. Now, if you had watched the news or remember hearing about my story, you would have thought that I was like in Costa Rica in the rainforest or something, because the media was showing stock footage of these huge trees and this giant professional zip line. And that's not what this was. This was like, if you can imagine, a dog runner that you would exercise your dog on with some handlebars attached. That's what we're talking about. It was maybe, you reach up in the air, it was right there, perhaps 6 feet high. Maybe the river itself 5 feet across, and the zip wire spanned the river. And we each took a little go across the river, hanging on to it, floating across. And it was actually on my second time on the zip line, maybe a 15-second ride, that I heard two of the most traumatic sounds I've ever heard in my life. The first sound was the crack of the zip wire snapping. And the second sound was the thud of my body hitting the very sharp rocks that I just realized were immediately below that zip line. And I looked down and I saw my leg was bleeding really bad. I was cut. It was a big cut, and it was curved, so it created a flap effect, showing me parts of my anatomy that I really had never cared to see. And the ambulance came all the way down to that riverbed and loaded me up. And I knew I was going to be on crutches for a few days, maybe a week. I was in a lot of pain to put pressure on that leg. But what I didn't know is that harboring inside of that cut, there was a stowaway. I had contracted flesh-eating bacteria, and my left leg was quickly rotting. In fact, over the course of the next 3 days, that flesh-eating bacteria had traveled all the way up my leg. And it was almost overnight on that third day. There were blisters that had formed. And I had lost total control of bowel and bladder. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. All I could manage to mutter was, "I think I'm dying." And my friend who was caring for me at the time took me straight to the emergency room where the doctors confirmed I was dying. In fact, I was going through septic shock. They knew in that moment I had necrotizing fasciitis. And I was immediately life-flighted to Doctors Hospital in Augusta, Georgia, where they have a renowned burn unit to be treated. And the doctors at the burn unit, when I got there, they knew how dire the situation was because I coded just being moved from the stretcher to the bed and had to be resuscitated. And I would code one additional time right there at the beginning. And the doctors, they called my parents and let them know that I was very sick and they needed to come at once. And they also asked my parents for their consent to amputate my left leg. And my mother is very protective. I don't know what y'all's mamas are like, but my mother asked, "Well, how much of her leg do you have to take?" And the doctor said, "When she got here, we were trying to save her leg, and now we're trying to save her life. And we're gonna have to take the whole thing." And my parents were stuck in traffic on I-20 trying to get to me. And when they finally made it, they asked the doctors, "What can we do?" And the doctor said, "Well, there's two things. One, you can give blood because she's going to need a lot of it. And two, you can pray." And my parents knew in that moment I was in the right hands, and they immediately started praying and urging everyone around them to do the same. My dad got on his University of South Carolina Gamecock web forum. We won't hold it against him. And started asking for prayers. And my psychology department at West Georgia held an all-night prayer vigil in my honor, while the doctor sat by my bedside, twisting and turning the dials that were keeping me alive. And the next morning, when my parents returned to my room, the doctor said, "We can't explain this. Last night, Aimee's lactic acid levels rose to 10 times the normal level, which is 3 times the survivable level. And there is no reason that she should be alive right now." So I don't know about y'all, but I think the prayers worked. And I am a testimony to that today, to the power of prayer and determination. Of course, I was in a drug-induced coma at this point. As you'll hear more about later, I'm very stubborn, and I had to be kind of put under it several times during my recovery because I had a habit of pulling tubes out of all of my orifices, because I had a tube in every orifice you can imagine, and I'll leave that to your imagination. So I had no idea that I was going through all of this. In fact, I don't have my first memory of that time until about 2 weeks in. And my memory is of my dad holding up my hands for me to look at. And what I saw was that my palms were dark red, my fingers purple, and my fingertips were black. And my hands were kind of curled up, and that was when I realized I couldn't move them. And my dad explained to me that in order to keep me alive, I had to be on a medication called vasopressin. And while this had served me well, served my vital organs well, it had caused all the veins and capillaries in both my hands and my remaining foot to completely collapse. And my dad was showing me these because he was asking for my consent, because the doctors wanted to remove my remaining limbs. And I'll never forget, he showed me my hands and he said, "These aren't healthy and they're hampering your progress. And the doctors would like to remove them." And in that moment, I was flooded by memories and emotions. I was flooded by memories of my friends and my family and all the support I had around me. I remembered a man called Viktor Frankl and a book I had read in my psychology program called Man's Search for Meaning. And in Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl is a psychotherapist. He's a psychologist, and he is in a Nazi concentration camp during the Holocaust. And he writes about his experiences. And if I had to sum up the thesis of the book for you, it would be something like this. When everything is taken from us, when we no longer feel that we have control over our lives, we always have one remaining freedom. And that is the freedom to choose our own attitude. And I remembered Viktor Frankl at that moment. And I thought, if he can do what he did, then I can survive this. And the emotions I was flooded with are not what you would think. I was flooded with joy and gratitude and the desire to live. And it was in that moment that I made the choice that I was going to fight with courage and dignity. And I've had to make that choice every moment of every day. It's not a one-off. It's something that I keep choosing. I keep deciding. And I haven't always been perfect. And I haven't always made that choice. And I'm going to share those moments with you as well. I was discharged from the ICU at Doctors Hospital after only 2 months, about 4 months less than the doctors had expected. And when I was discharged, I was sent to inpatient rehabilitation at Shepherd Center, which is a renowned spinal cord injury hospital in Atlanta. And you know, a lot of people ask me, why Shepherd Center? I move around. I clearly don't have any paralysis. I don't have any spinal cord injury. And the short answer is it's near where my family was. And one of the number one protective factors for people who have life-threatening injuries is having a support system close by. But you know, in the end, I am so grateful that that's where I ended up, because I was surrounded by people who were experiencing paralysis at high levels. Both of my neighbors on either side of me had like C3 spinal cord injuries, which means they really couldn't move anything but their face. And think about it, if I had been at an amputee hospital, I probably would have been surrounded by people missing like one limb, you know, maybe one leg below the knee. In the quadruple amputee community, we call that a paper cut. I would have been feeling very sorry for myself. But here I was, the only person on my entire floor that had control of bowel and bladder. The only person on my entire floor who could move the leg that I had remaining. And it really put things in perspective, that suffering is relative and there's always further down. And how often in life do we get caught up in like the petty little things, you know? You're on hold, or you're working with a donor, or something falls through and you're stuck in traffic. And we can let that become so all-consuming that we lose sight of what we have. And that's what that experience at Shepherd Center really showed me, is that even I've lost everything, I still have so much. In fact, one of my neighbors asked our physical therapist, could he have his limbs amputated so he could use prosthetics like I do? And of course, the answer was no. No, he couldn't. In the most tragic circumstances I could ever imagine, this man would have willingly traded places for me. And I try to remember that now when I feel like things aren't going my way or they're not going well. I try to focus on gratitude every day. Every morning I write down 3 things that I'm grateful for. And I try not to repeat the same things over and over again because that forces me to really appreciate the little things in life. So like today on my list, I put on there my elbows. Elbows! How often do we take these beautiful joints for granted? I mean, how would I get food to my mouth? How would I brush my hair? How would I do that without these wonderful elbows? So I want you to just take a moment and appreciate your elbows. They're beautiful. They are. They are a wonderful part of God's creation that allows so much. Even if yours are a little dry, a little crusty, it's all good. We got to show love to the elbows. They want lotion. They want hydration. They need love. And there's so many other parts of our lives that are just like this. So I challenge you today to the gratitude challenge. You don't have to do 3, but see if every day for the next month, when you wake up, you can think of a unique something in your life that you are grateful for. And I bet you that by the end of those 30 days, by June 1st, you will find that you have had a slight shift in perspective from feeling appreciation in your heart. In fact, they've run EKGs on people when they're feeling gratitude, and our brain-heart coherence when we're in a place of gratitude is the state that is the healthiest for our cardiovascular system. So not only will you experience a shift mentally and emotionally, your body will also be healthier due to this focus. Not focusing on what we don't have, what we wish we had, what we want to have, but focusing on what is right here, right now. There's that saying, think about the you 10 years ago who wanted all the things that you have today. Because we have accomplished so much and we don't take near enough time being grateful for that. Shepherd Center was really beautiful. There was a lot to be grateful for there. I had a call button by my bed. I could push it, and my ladies in waiting, nurses, would come to my every beck and call. There was a pool. I had my own bathroom. It was fancy, y'all. When I got home, it was nice. It was good. It's where I grew up, but there was no call button. And my mama is great. She really is, but there were no ladies in waiting. In fact, both my parents were working, and I would have somebody come maybe for an hour a day in the beginning to help me. But other than that, I was on my own. And I quickly learned the meaning before that old saying, you know it, where there's a will, there's a way. And I'd heard that a million times, but never really sunk in until then. Because what I realized is I could do anything I wanted if I wanted it bad enough. So let's say, for example, like the laundry is piling up. I couldn't possibly do laundry. How would I do laundry with no hands? I had an excuse for anything. On the other hand, let's say my tablet died and I wanted to get on social media. Oof. You better believe I'm going to have that charger in my mouth. I'm going to have one arm against one door. I'm going to have my leg up against the wall, forehead on the wall. I'll take 2 hours if that's what it means, because I needed to connect with my community. That was really important for me. I really wanted that. Just to give you another example, when I left Shepherd Center, it was August in Georgia, and I had super long hair at the time. So most of the ladies in the room can probably guess one of the first things I wanted to know from my occupational therapist how to do, and that was how to put my hair in a ponytail. And that OT, they just shook their head sadly at me and said, all the double upper amputees that we know just cut their hair short. Y'all, I just had all my limbs amputated. Do you think I was going to amputate my beautiful hair too? No. No, that was not an answer to me. Granted, this occupational therapist was a man and bald. Probably not the ponytail expert I was looking for, right? But I vowed on that day I was going to figure out how to put my hair in a ponytail, not just for me, but for all these women who've just been cutting their hair short this whole time. So I bought an adaptive ponytail holder off the internet, and I practiced day in and day out. And day in and day out, I failed. I could not figure out this ponytail thing. I even got a female occupational therapist who had long hair, just to see if maybe she would have a slightly different perspective. And I failed 100 times. But I really, really wanted it, so I kept trying. And it was on the 101st try, putting my hair in this ponytail, that I had a moment of inspiration. And I really feel that this was the Holy Spirit speaking to me. And I had this insight of tying a loop on the end of this ponytail holder. And my occupational therapist, she didn't really understand, but she tied a loop on the end of it. And on the very next try, I got my hair into a ponytail. And if I had given up on try 23 or try 47, I never would have figured that out. I never would have had that to offer to the amputee community. It was only through my perseverance and determination, even when I failed, even when there were barriers, that I was able to have that moment of fulfillment. And this is true for all of us. Like, what do you want? What are your goals? Like eradicating polio, raising money for your club, giving back to your community. What are the barriers that you have faced? Sometimes they seem insurmountable. But for me, these are just the little tests in life. Like, this is how God pokes and prods us and asks, do you really want it? Do you really want it? Or did you only want it when it was easy? Are you willing to fight for it? Because if you're really willing to fight for something, you will never give up. There are some things that I may never accomplish, like being able to walk full time every day. Like, that is something I would love to do. It is not a place where I am at currently, but you better believe I will die trying. Because that's how bad I want it. That's how bad I want to be totally mobile. Not just for me, but for my legs, for my sit bones, that they get a little bit tired sitting all the time. This is what I feel called to do. It's the longing in my heart. And nobody can tell me what my longing is. There's people that have been around trying to tell me what I could and couldn't do since the beginning of this. And when I was a teenager, y'all, I was a little rebellious, They called me stubborn back then. And now they call me determined. How's that for a euphemism? It's real. The doctors told me I would never walk again. I couldn't believe they said that, And that's when I started walking around on my prosthetic legs. And then the prosthetist said I would never walk without 2 forearm crutches. And that's when I decided to ditch one of them. I may have fallen more than a few times, but I kept getting back up and hobbling around with just 1 forearm crutch. And when I was walking around one day, I lifted up that forearm crutch and took about 5 steps completely unaided before I fell on my butt. Lots of padding there, luckily. And today I walk on a treadmill without any supports, and I can walk about 3/4 of a mile. You never know what is possible until you try it. And I've checked a lot of things off the boxes since then, I have gone kayaking. I've gotten back into whitewater kayaking. I've even been on a zip line again. Professional this time, not homemade. And I even started swimming. Really, I started doggy paddling. I started doggy paddling at the local pool, just, doing my thing. And I loved it because it's like that anti-gravity feel where I'm not sitting. And I started getting really good at doggy paddling, where I was like doggy paddling a mile a day. I would spend like an hour at it. And a swim coach spotted me one day doing my little doggy paddles. And he's like, whoa, you can doggy paddle for a minute, can't you? I'm like, yeah, it's fun. He said, how would you like to learn some actual strokes? And so he taught me how to freestyle. He taught me the breaststroke. I learned the backstroke and even the butterfly. Not my favorite, but I can butterfly, y'all. And I started getting really good at that. And I would go and I would swim all my different strokes for like an hour, swimming a mile now. And the coach said, we don't even know like what would be a good time for you. We don't even know what is considered fast for your particular body. You could be breaking world records here every morning and not even know it. I'm like, oh my gosh, wow, world records. So he said, what I want to do is I want to take you to a competition because they'll classify you. They'll give you your Paralympic classification and then we'll just know like what's good. We'll have something to reach for. And I love goals, so I was all about it. So went to my very first Paralympic swim meet. It was very small, just on the local level. And I qualified for the national championships in every event that I swam. I wasn't breaking no world records, y'all, but I was good. I was pretty good. And this was maybe 2 months after he had initially taught me the strokes. And it was 2 months later that the national championships was held. And I won gold medals in 2 of the 4 events that I swam at that national championship. So like I say, you never know what you're good at until you try. And I ran with that. I started painting after that. I started drumming. I even took singing lessons. You don't know what your God-given talents are until you try. After singing lessons, I realized that is not my God-given talent, but that doesn't mean you can't work at it. And I actually love to sing and I've worked at it. And I've actually written a few songs now, and I'll tag one on to the end of this lecture. So if you all want to hear it or play it, you can check it out. I'll also put the song name, and you can look it up on YouTube as well. So I think again, this is human. This is the human experience. This is why we are here, is to make a difference in the world, to make the world a better place, and that takes some gumption. You don't just do that on accident. It takes planning, it takes will, it takes determination, and it takes facing the obstacles and getting back up and saying, I don't care if I failed. That's just, a learning lesson. That's what a failure is. It's an opportunity to learn something, to go through the difficult emotions. Because I'm all about some difficult emotions, y'all. I'm a psychotherapist. Let's feel it to heal it. But at the end of the day, that's where we then have to, after we've felt it, we can't just stay there forever. God gave us these ingenious human minds and these beautiful frontal lobes so we can solve problems and take action. So after about a year after my injury, I finished my grad degree in psychology. I started a second grad program in social work because I realized now I was going to need to mobilize some resources for some folks. And I needed to have that social work knowledge and expertise. And I was driving down to South Georgia once a month for this web hybrid MSW program. And I would go all by myself. And I'll never forget the first time that I went down there, I was very ambitious. I was like, I'm going to take a shower in this strange place, which to y'all I know doesn't sound very ambitious, but trust me, for me, it was at the time. And these staff at the La Quinta Inn, they brought me out this tiny little shower bench. Like, it looked like a pediatric shower bench. I'm like looking at the shower bench. I'm like looking down at my own rear end. I'm like, I'm not sure how this is going to work, but okay, I'll try it. And try I did. I got myself on the little shower bench. I'm like reaching for the shampoo. Boom. I slip off of it. So I reach for like the handicap grab bars, right? That's what those are there for. My arm slips between the grab bar and the wall, and now it's twisted. And I'm on the floor of the La Quinta Inn, and my arm is stuck. And I did my heal it to feel it thing. I just started wailing and screaming. And it's incredible what happened after about 15 minutes of my little temper tantrum. Nothing. I was still on the floor of the La Quinta Inn shower, and my arm was still twisted in the grab bar. Yes, I felt a little bit better. I had released some of those emotions. I tell my clients, you take anger and you put it in a bottle and you put it on a shelf, and after a year you have resentment. We don't want that. No, we want to get it out when it happens. But at this point, I had to take some action. And I've learned, being in a wheelchair, you can pretty much MacGyver anything with one of two things: WD-40 or duct tape. And I saw the conditioner and I thought, that might as well be WD-40. Squirted some onto my arm, managed to get it in between my arm and the grab bar, wriggled free, finished taking a shower right there on the La Quinta Inn floor, got back in my chair, got dressed, got into bed, vowed never to take a shower at the La Quinta Inn ever again. Because I didn't want it that bad. My classmates might have, but I was cool with it. I was cool with skipping one shower. So I have had my difficult moments. I have had my dark nights of the soul. But after every dark night of the soul, the sun rises again. And all of life is like this wave of emotion. We've got goods, we've got bads, we've got happy, sad, joy, pain, grief. And it keeps moving like a wave. It never stops. And where we get ourselves into trouble is when we try to hold on to the peak. Or we just want to stay in the trough forever. Because we can't. We're fighting against the flow of life. And flow it must. And so I've learned now that these moments, all those negative emotions that I experience, they're opportunities. These are opportunities for me to learn about myself, for me to grow and develop. It's like in life, we want all the good stuff. We want to keep the bad stuff away. But how do we grow? How do we develop ourselves as humans? How do we have empathy and compassion for others if we've never been challenged? This is where our challenges are actually gifts. And it can be so hard to see that all the time. And that's okay. We don't have to be perfect. We don't have to be wise all the time. We're allowed to have our hiccups. I've had a lot of hiccups. That's just the one I'll share with you today. But those hiccups have led me to a place where when something happens, I'm like, all right, I've got something to learn. I'm looking for the lesson. I'm taking deep breaths. I'm calming my nervous system. And I'm like, okay, where does my focus need to be? What am I learning about? And one of my favorite examples of a challenge was, it's been a few years now. I had just gotten this beautiful wheelchair accessible van that was donated to me on the Katie Couric show. And I had moved out of my parents' house. I was living on my own in Atlanta at the house where I am now. And it was a Sunday. It was after church. I'd gotten started in a new church home. I love cooking big meals after church, and I invite my friends over. And if you're interested in how I cook, go check out my YouTube. I have a little cooking channel on there where I show all my adaptive cooking. And on this particular day, I was making one of my favorites, chicken pot pie. And I'm raised by a long line of Southern cooks. We make our gravy and our chicken pot pie from scratch, always. You will not find a can of cream of chicken anywhere in my pantry. And so if you know anything about making gravy, in my family we use bacon grease and white lily flour. Has to be white lily. Don't ask me why. And that's how you make what's called a roux. And then you can add your broth or your cream or whatever you're using, and you thin it out into a gravy. And while you're making this roux, it can burn very easily. So you have to continuously stir, even when you're adding your cream for a while, to make sure it doesn't stick, it doesn't lump, it doesn't clump, it doesn't burn. So I was making my roux when my best friend walks through the front door and he says, "Aimee, where's your van?" And I live in kind of a rough neighborhood in Atlanta, and I immediately knew that my van had been stolen. But here I was making this roux. I couldn't stop stirring it. It could lump, it could clump, it could burn. So I keep stirring. I'm stirring it. I'm like, okay, grab my phone. I'm stirring. Gotta make sure it doesn't burn. I'm like, okay, put it on speaker. We called my parents first. We called the insurance. We called the Atlanta Police Department. At this time, my boyfriend is also over, and he and my friend are like kind of cowering in the kitchen, like, is she okay? Is she gonna snap at any moment? And I'm like, guys, the van has already been stolen. I am not gonna let the thieves take this chicken pot pie too. It is not gonna ruin our lunch today. And how often does this happen in life? Like, I see it happen all the time, you know? One bad thing happens and it can ruin your whole day, your whole week, your whole year. I've seen some people let one thing ruin their whole life. And it was my rebellion of the spirit in that moment. Not only was I gonna make this chicken pot pie, but it was going to be the best darn chicken pot pie anyone had ever tasted. And it was good. It was tasty. And in fact, the Atlanta Police Department had a very nutritious meal that night. And I mean, you would have thought it was like CSI or something. It's amazing what happens when you feed the Atlanta Police Department. Like, they were out there in my driveway, like dusting for fingerprints. Whew, I've never seen it. Never seen anything like that. Cars get stolen in Atlanta every single day. They were taking this very seriously. I didn't worry for a moment. And one reason I think that is because much bigger things have been taken from me in my life than a car. Things that can never be replaced. And it just didn't feel that important. It's like the thieves stealing the van was a stab in the back. Worrying about it would be just twisting the knife. It wasn't going to bring the van back. Ruining the chicken pot pie was not going to bring that van back. But I did have a very important meeting the next day. It was my first day of orientation at my new internship site for my social work program. And I had landed a position in case management at Shepherd Center on the same floor that I had laid in a hospital bed only 2 years prior. And at Shepherd Center, they have meetings at like 7 o'clock in the morning. Some of your clubs might have breakfast meetings, might meet that early. That's early, y'all. So this meeting, it was actually at 7:30. And I'm in a power chair. You can't just put that in an Uber. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know how I was going to get to this meeting the next morning. So I look up the MARTA routes. That's our public transit here in Atlanta. Don't know if you've heard of it. Not that great. In fact, when I looked up the routes, I saw it was going to take me 2 buses and a train to get to my job the next morning. That could take weeks. No, that wasn't going to work. So I just Google mapped from my house to Shepherd Center. And I saw that Shepherd Center is exactly 5 miles from my house. And I looked down at my wheelchair speedometer and I realized I can go exactly 5 miles per hour. Unless the laws of physics had changed, if I roll the whole way there, I should get there within 1 hour. And that's what I did. Again, rough neighborhood of Atlanta. So I'm going down Boulevard to North Avenue to Peachtree Street, just chugging along. About 6:15 in the morning, I set off, and there's some people out for their morning jog. And there's lots of people that look like they didn't go to sleep the night before. Hello, neighbors. And sure enough, I was 15 minutes early to my meeting that morning. And that was just a few hours before I got the call that my vehicle had been recovered. Amazing what happens when you feed the APD chicken pot pie. And when I got the call, I spoke with the lot where it had been, impounded at that point. And they said, "We're so sorry to tell you there's been some minor body damage." I thought, ugh, what's it gonna look like? And when I got there, I wasn't even playing. I was like, that was a pre-existing condition. I did that. That was me. No, there was no damage to the vehicle. In fact, the thieves filled up my gas tank. Oh, that's better than my sister when she borrows the car. And there was only one thing missing, and that was an Animal Collective CD that my boyfriend had burned me. So I guess the thieves have interesting taste in music. And I know life doesn't always work out this perfectly, but it is amazing to me what happens when you recognize, like that serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to let go of the things that I cannot control, to work on the things that I can control, and to have the wisdom to know the difference. And that is like my motto, the strength to respond to things, the ability, the surrender to let go, and the wisdom to know what's what. And that's been a big part of my journey. I didn't control what happened to me, but I have full control of how I respond to what happened to me. And that could change from moment to moment, because there's some moments where I have a greater bandwidth and other moments where I do not. And there's no judgment. I don't have to judge myself good or bad. I simply refocus, repent, give it all to God, because that's who has control, who knows the bigger picture. I don't know the bigger picture of my life. But having this happen to me has opened me up to seeing my greater purpose. I always knew I wanted to help people, but I didn't really know who, like troubled teens, alcoholics. And it's like God has given me a flashing neon sign that says people with disabilities. And that's why I started the Aimee Copeland Foundation. And because I'm such a nature lover, and because I know through my studies that being in nature has healing properties. Being stuck inside, being secluded from society, being isolated, that's not good for us. Not physically, not emotionally, not mentally. So the mission of Aimee Copeland Foundation is to bring outdoor recreational opportunities to people of all ages and abilities. And I'm so excited to share with you our All-Terrain Georgia campaign, which is providing all-terrain wheelchairs for the Georgia state parks that people with disabilities can use free of charge. And we're starting with Georgia, but we hope to expand to the entire Southeast region, including Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, and Alabama. So we're super excited. We love this project. It feels very aligned, and it has been an answer to our prayers. In addition to that, I'm the owner and the director of Grant Park Counseling Group here in Atlanta. So I am a licensed clinical social worker. I see clients, and I also train therapists on how to be in private practice and how to work with people who've experienced trauma and grief and loss and anxiety and depression. And I love what I do. I feel so blessed. You know, people come up to me on the streets. A lot of times they see me and they think, oh, you poor thing, are you okay? Can we help you? And I'm sure after watching this talk, like y'all all know, I've got it going on. Like, I've got amazing friends, beautiful family. I've got a wonderful dog. I just got married earlier this year, and I'm in just the most beautiful marriage, and I have an amazing husband, and I'm so grateful for the way that my life has turned out. You know, people ask me, if you could go back in time and not ever get on that zip line, would you? Absolutely not. I love my life. I have so many opportunities, and I'm just saying, I didn't get invited to speak at any district conferences before this happened. So I now have a platform to stand on and a real way to make a difference in the world. And that's a big gratitude that I have. So I hope this message resonated with you and that you can look at the service that you do and the challenges that you face through this lens, knowing that God has a greater plan and that all of those challenges are simply lessons and opportunities to keep growing and making that difference that you want and really fighting for it and getting clear on, what do you want? What is your heart's longing? What is your soul's mission? Why are you here? We only get one chance. Don't waste it. Thank you so much. You've been just a wonderful audience to have, a great group to talk to. My heart is very close to the Rotary. My dad is a Rotarian, and his club made me their honorary Rotarian. So I get all the perks and benefits without, all the responsibilities, I suppose. But I love your mission. I love what you're doing, and I hope you all give yourselves a ton of credit for the work you're doing. It's really, really important. So stay in touch. You can check me out on all things social. I'm on Instagram, Facebook. I think I even have a Twitter out there somewhere. My YouTube channel is pretty fun. I'm on LinkedIn. You can connect with me and you can check out my websites. There's aimeecopeland.com, aimeecopelandfoundation.org, and my business page is grantparkcounselinggroup.com. So please stay in touch. Let's keep the dialogue going. I'd love to hear about all the great work that you're doing. Take good care. Have a great rest of your conference.
Well, folks, there you have it. We started with a bang. We've made lots of positive noise all weekend, and we clearly ended with the biggest bang of all. You've met some amazing people along the way and hopefully visited with old friends and even made some new ones during the periods of fellowship that we enjoyed. As your district governor, this has been a true blessing for me to be able to be but a small part of making this event happen for all of us. I would again like to thank everyone who has made this weekend and really this entire year a successful one, despite the circumstances that the world handed us without much notice. I will truly treasure the successes all of us has had and cannot wait to see each and every one of you as soon as is safely possible, including at our second annual district conference this time next year. So with that said, thank you all for taking time out of your hectic schedules to share in this event with your district. And for one final time, I'm going to ask my friend and international recording star, Jared Sims, Director of Jazz at the WVU School of Music, to take us home with the 2021 Jazz Ensemble. Good night, be safe, and stay healthy. Jared, the stage is yours.
Thank you.